Hello everyone. It's been exactly a week. I've just not been feeling so I need to disappear for a bit. Also, it's raining really hard, so I don't know if the mic is gonna catch the rain. I think it's catching a little bit of it. So if you're hearing the rain, it's because it's raining. Like if you're hearing any rain in the background, it's because it's raining a lot. Like it started raining like maybe like 30 minutes ago, and it's I think it's gonna go on for a couple of hours. So yeah, let's go back to where we were, and I think we had checked everything, right? Let's see. Yeah, no, I think I checked everything for this month last time. So let's end the month, and we're going to March. Okay. Oh, new updates in your RS. Chat logs, roleplay. That's cake time is cool. So you say you want to find out about characters, yeah? Oh, nice. Show me, show me, show me. Give me a sec. Download. I'm guessing it's gonna be the background that we have right now. No. Oh, okay. But it's even better than your first draft. It's be nice. It's amazing. Ah, Cherry, you're so talented. Nah. Hi, sir, other chats. I love a roleplay where Dom was trying to figure out Ethan's secrets and Ethan was hitting on him, so I had to draw a scene from that. Okay. Uh, let's a scenario something. Let's see if he's not here. Hey, if are you up? Away at the moment, leave a message and I'll be back soon. Okay, I'll deal with you in a sec. You can continue with you then. I may or may not remember that. You may or may not have been drunk at the time. Oh yeah, that happened. That's from... yeah. Wait. Let me replay it for ya. Okay. Was that from the... like, we got drunk last time. Like, a little bit. Oh yeah, yeah, this is the same as before. Wait, no, it's not. It's a different one. In one quick motion, he reached out and grabbed the priest by his chin, nearly putting him off his chair, and he drew his face closer to his, inches away from his lip. He looked deeply into his eyes' heart. Have sins to confess, father, but nonetheless, you show me yours. Okay. Drunk means bad at spelling. Everyone, when it's drunk, is bad at spelling. But also very cute. Oh. Stop. So I was reading the lesson on Terranova. I got an idea for a roleplay. You got time? For you, anytime. He. Okay, Sandaria. I normally see you on this late. Wait, this early? Right, you're in Japan. It's 2 p.m. on Monday here. Oh, so like school time? Well... I'm actually on my way to a photo shoot. I just hopped on to come to get a map. I'm taking time off school. Oh. Your parents go with that? I don't think so, considering the post last time. Not exactly. They want me to go to a business school. I don't get a choice because everyone in my family goes to that school. But I want something different, so I'm working for it. Yeah, I kind of need to ask, considering the implications of an eating disorder. Isn't that? Are you doing okay? I've been reading your blog, the food logs. Yeah, those were, I've just been keeping that as a reminder. What kind of mother would I be if I didn't fit into my clothes? Well, you can ask for different clothes. Oh, that's the son of thunder. This is turning into a thunderstorm. It just seems a little extreme. Yeah. Well, I'm extreme. No, don't give me the Kamoji for this shit. Extremely serious about modeling, that is. If I'm not serious about it, I'm not going to make it, you know? Yeah, I guess. Hey, Tourmaline. Yeah? What is it? I've been thinking recently about what's important in life, what I'd sacrifice everything to have. What's important to you? That's a good question. Finding true love, having the freedom to do what I want, being able to create. I guess being able to create. If I couldn't create, I think I'd die. Yeah, relatable. I think that's a great dream. Hope that you work hard to do just that. Thanks. Gotta go to my shoot. See you around. Good luck. You got the remember this. Wherever you go, the strength of your mind and spirit is the most powerful magic of all. She's so having an eating disorder. That reminds me, I need to check on my RS. Let's see. The older post. Today's food log. Today's food log. Yakudon, an entire bottle of pure water, 1 salad, 3 nikuman, 1 scoop of ice cream. I meant to just buy the pure water, but I wolfed down the rest in a convenient parking lot. I'm so stressed I need to have better control. That's like, I would argue, a normal meal. Like, Geralt, you're killing yourself. Just saying. This... Yeah, we'll read this one. See the next one. So the photo shoot is turning into a once per month, which is great. I feel like I'm finally starting to get the hang of it. Dieting has been a success too. On our last call, Mom asked me if I'm dieting because I look good. She almost never tells me that. It was really nice. Oh no. Do you know it takes a lot of time to do modeling, more than you think. Time it takes to do a photo shoot, 4 hours, a full day, sometimes just 2 hours. Time it takes to make that photo shoot happen, from running papers to agencies to answering call, about 20 hours. I'm still not making enough money to cover the amount of time I spend going to interviews and applying via mail, and I know this photo shoot is just once a month, so I can't rely on the income, but I have to try harder. We all have to try harder. Oh well, I'll be having with Effie soon, and we can talk more about business plans and how to get things up and running. She's even looping me into the prototype she's been making. By the way, my post tattoo was taken from one of my 5 animes. Oh, ibileda. And last on your is a footlog. 1 apple, iced tea, cream puff, 1 cup of grapes, 1 liter of Bakari sweat, 2 C? 2 cups, I guess. Mixed salad greens, packet dressing, 1 tablespoon. Fruit, when I can buy it, it's so easy to make your diet low calorie. I treated myself today with a cream puff, too cute to eat. Aw, that's a cute cream puff. But also, Carol, you're killing yourself. Like, not even like just literally you're killing yourself. Check the terranova stuff last, I think. Okay, this is the last thing that Cherry put. Okay, so I've been really into these 2 characters from this post-apocalyptic roleplay, Terranova. One just can, he's never been so scary in his life, he's never known anything outside of his tiny bubble, and the other is worldly, he could have anyone, but he's fixated. And the 2 spin round and round each other in a push and pull of whether they should stay or go. Maybe one of them want to stay. He's killing me, she's not online. Yeah, it's cool, just be cool. Lol. Girl, you're gay. Like, girl, you're like Cherry. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're so gay, sweetie. Like, and Effie. Like, this is just seeing this kind of stuff is just like, yeah, this is just my experience of early 2000s internet. and it's kind of sad because you recognize a lot of like, oh yeah, you're going through a very obvious eating disorder. You're very obviously like unhealthily unhealthily feeling bad about the fact that you're queer and projecting everything onto fictional characters. Like, yeah, no, it's just sad. It's surprisingly sad, in a weird way. Like it's sad in a way that I'm not used to this being sad. I guess a lot of nostalgia for the early 2000s come with this kind of thing, and people kind of romanticize the live journal era, but everybody was very depressed in the live journal era. There were a lot of people in the closet. There were a lot of things people didn't talk about. It was pretty depressing when you look back at it. Okay. I can put on the big girl dress and really get these projects into gear. So as you know, I've been working on a couple of things off and off for a while. This is the thing for me and Lil Bro, but that will have to be put aside for a moment so that I can work on the super surprise for Zandaria. This is a good thing because I think I'll learn more doing this one. And I can apply it to the joint cosplay thing, which will turn out even better. Making something like this for someone else is like putting a little piece of your soul into the cloth, stitching it in, and then using that to make someone else come alive. Zendaya will literally be wrapping herself in the lace of my heart, letting my soul cover her, and together we can create this vision of pure beauty. That's kinda gay. The more I think about it, the more I know that this is what I want. This is what I yearn for with every thread of my being. This is the beauty that guides my fingers with every stitch. I'm going to make this dress perfect. I will accept nothing else. My heart and soul demanded of me. Dress to obsess. Damn, girl. You're having, like, emotions. Let's do one pose and then we'll get to the role play, and I'm guessing F is gonna answer later. And I do feel like we're gonna have to renew the terranova post afterwards because those socially take more time. Look at this amazing art. Psst. Oh, that's it? Like, oh, there it is. Psst. You know, new roleplay in Terranova is an amazing artist. She is. Look at this picture she drew, Ethan and Dominic. Ooh, it's based on a roleplay. Which part I'm not telling. You have to check Terranova to find out. Haha. That's why I get you hooked. Really enjoying writing Ethan. Dominic is really mysterious, and Isaiah and Hikaru's stories unfolding as it has is really fun to watch. Also, ladies, are you like role-playing at all hours of the night? How do you write so much? Anyway, Cherry's art is awesome. I'm going to try to get her to post more of her stuff online. She won't do it herself. You hear that, Cherry? You're super cool. Love, T. God, girls, please, just... I mean, you're a little gay. Like, it'll do you good, I promise. Well, it will emotionally damage you at some point, but, you know. I think On the Hunt was, yeah, the last one, so we have two more to read. We'll get to that in a sec. After we finish with Cherry, and I'm gonna guess Effie for a while. Let's see. Dominic spent the next few days laying low. He focused on his devotions. In an attempt to show Father Castellano he was keeping his nose clean, chicken on his side and Hikaru had become a bit of a pastime for him. When he wasn't scrubbing dishes and tending the garden, he was bringing them food and chatting. He learned from them that Isaiah and Hikaru came from Nova City, and that Isaiah knew Ethan from before. Something about finding him in the trash. That's how you find your partners. You find them in the trash. Hey, you talk to Effie. He was surprisingly vague about the details after asking so many ways and getting so many shrugs. Dominic sighed. Apologize if my questions are intrusive. If you truly wish to know, it will be better coming from Ethan himself. Alright, because he literally found him in the trash. Man. Okay, let's get that. Before I left Nova City, there were rumors of an underground trading route between the parish and Nova City. Although the details are hazy, it doesn't seem to exist. As I flicker toward Ethan, the people who use this route are not your typical black market clientele. Gangsters? Weapon dealers? I doubt they will welcome you. I don't need to be welcomed if they don't see me. Do be careful. Okay. Again, this game would really benefit of having like a Winamp style like music track in the background. Is the one thing that I have like gripes with it. Otherwise, very much 2004 internet experience. Okay, let's see. Dominic sighed, kneading the dough for tonight's supper. To hear it from Ethan himself, he'd like that. Ever since he'd left, he found himself daydreaming, wondering if he'd appear again in his dormitory as though he'd never left. His thoughts were interrupted by two men talking quietly next to the kitchen window. Ahead, the gardener is sowing seeds in red mark next. You certainly are clever, father. He heard Father Castellano's voice, low and timbrous. I have no idea what you're talking about, Father Salazar. Ah, yes, corrupt priest, my favorite. A 20% increase in thieving says I do. Dominic shrunk back from the window, but at the same time straining his ears to hear. What? You know, priest being doing unpriestly things. Saya had sounded so much like his mother then. Right now, she was likely working hard at the factory paying off his dead father's debts. Soon, he'd prize her out from underneath his shadow. He wasn't able to tell him where the fertilizer from the bombs had come from. If it wasn't either from the terranova or Dania, perhaps he'd been looking in the wrong place. He pictured a long, deep scar in the earth. The chasm. The chasm. You doing anything for spring break? I'm going on a mission trip to Baltimore. Oh god, missionaries. Gonna be without internet for a while. Lame. But we're gonna help someone rebuild their house, so that's kinda cool. I'm not sure what that means. Like, I'm not sure what that combination of letters means. I'm assuming he's asking, like, what am I doing? Some friends of mine and I are going on a camping trip. Oh, I didn't know you were an outdoorsy lady. Oh yeah, wear the flannel too. Wrestle bears. Kind of a lesbian. I mean, it's a flannel, you know? Sexy stuff like that. Rawr. It means I love you, dinosaur. But yeah, camping underneath the stars is one of my favorite things. It feels like time just stops, you know? It's really peaceful. Maybe we're in the same state, I'll take you sometime. Okay. My girls, please. This is giving me bad flashbacks. Nah, it's not even bad, it's just cringe. It was kind of cringe. But yeah, this is giving me some flashbacks. Okay. Father Castellano seem to relax. Thank you for your kind praise, but I need nothing of the sort. Only doing what God has willed me to do. Sure. Dominic looked down. The order did no gardening outside of their own walls, so what could he possibly mean? Father Salazar he didn't trust. He'd been caught up pilfering from the order's coffers a year ago. And though there were those that swore he was a changed man, Dominic had sensed something off about him. It was not unusual for the father to speak with all members of the clergy, but strange that he was so relaxed with the bishop. Red Mark. He twisted the dough in his hands. He would remember this name. Okay. Conspiracy. I'm assuming conspiracy. And the rain is very nice. Let's read what you write. Ethan peered into the into the deep black. What's going down here? On the whiff of a rumor and no plan. If his mentor was here, he'd smack him upside the head. The longer he waited, the more towns would go up in flames. He couldn't allow this to happen. He folded the rope into the darkness. Dominic frowned, hearing a growl rise from his stomach. The beast had grown hungrier as of late. With all the refugees coming into the parish from the terrorist bombings, he'd been forced to travel farther and farther from the parish to feed. It was dangerous, but he couldn't afford being discovered by anyone. He set the dough to rise. One small snack, and he'd be back before supper. Okay, so basically I'm thinking that Doms go to the chasm to feed and then runs into Ethan. What do you think? Good idea. Then we can have Ethan follow them back to the parish, and all four characters will be in the same place. You got any plot plans? Ooh, plot plans. Is that an idea I'm rolling around? I'll tell you later when we all get on chat. Peace. Oh crap. Mom's calling me. Hide that pic on your desktop. Oh, yes, oh my god, yes. Thank you for reminding me. I'll be back later. See you soon. See you. Good night. Nothing to see here. Okay. And if he's not up, weirdly enough. Let's see. We have 2 journals here. This is gonna take a bit. Location of location camp outside Nuovo. If Andros dream of electric sheep, do Cybers dream of patchwork chickens? I mean, what would be chickens? Like, it would make more sense, like, if you're gonna make a comparison of, like, electric sheep, wouldn't it make sense it was, like, goats, for example? Like, it has to be a similar animal for the comparison to work, I would feel. Like, I know that that's kind of pedantic, and this is 2004, and this is a bunch of, like, 15-year-olds or something, but, like, I guess that's... I don't get why the comparison with chickens and not with another animal that kind of looks like a sheep, like a goat, for example. Also, patchwork... It feels like a patchwork goat would work, because, like, you ever seen, like, those plushies that are, like, goat kind or sheep kind? Well, I guess a lot of those are sheep, too. That are, like, patchwork made. Like, they're just, like, a bunch of little patchworks. Goats. Like, I've seen those in my life. I saw a patchwork turtle once. That was very cute. Like, I feel like that would work better. But anyway, I'm just being pedantic, I guess. Saya awoke to find himself staring up at the ceiling of a makeshift tent, fabric rippling gently in the night breeze. The camp light about him flickered intermittently, threatening to drown him in darkness again. He sat up groggily. He was attached to a generator. The last thing he recalled was that the sun had been setting. Since it was night, he realized he had likely run out of power and collapsed. He had been woken up by the chime that had indicated that the batteries for his internal non-organics were at capacity. Internal and non-organics. He should just call them what they were. Yeah, you're not organs. You're organs that are also not organs. Get up, a familiar voice said. It was a voice he wouldn't have expected to hear outside of what he had formerly considered civilization, and definitely not outside of walking distance of any bar. Ethan? You hang out with the weirdest people, Ethan replied with a smile. Isaiah's face, as usual, failed to convey the same level of relief as his voice. You are most definitely a sight for sore eyes. Additionally, you are and ever will be a bastard. He threw his legs over the side of the bed and stood, stumbling slightly. They felt strangely heavier than before. What have I been out for? Ethan didn't have time to answer because he crashed his way through the flap of the tent. When he saw Isaiah, his face brightened instantly, and he nearly dropped the squirrels he'd caught for tonight's dinner. Ah yes, fried squirrel, my favorite. You're up! It is nice to see you too. Isaiah waved Hikaru towards him, and Lysaea is, Hikaru froze in the darkness. His eyes flickered to him, then back to Isaiah nervously. She burned cinders down. What would she do then? Where was her home? I don't know. She didn't say, but she said not to worry about her and not to come back. Isaiah had noticed that Hikaru possessed this tendency to skip over very important and relevant pieces of information at times without elaboration. It was quite infuriating at times like this. Yeah, probably. Why? Cinder, Nueva isn't safe right now, so she is alright. Yeah, you don't have to worry about her. This was not exactly a lie. When a person was dead and buried 6 feet under the ground, nobody really needed to worry about them anymore. Therefore, in his mind, Isaiah was saved from the burden of that worry quite indefinitely. Perhaps we can go visit her, Isaiah said once everything dies down. Yeah, Hikaru whispered softly. I bet she'd like that. He'd had experienced a rare moment of reflection as he and the sheriff pushed dirt over Lucia's body. If she had ears, he would have thought she was an elf, so quick and nimble was she, and yet she was a cyborg. He was not. He had pulled his hood around his ears as he covered her unblinking eyes with dirt. The only people who had seen him without his head covering were his parents, the elders, and now Isaiah. Isaiah and Ethan were the only ones privy to the fact that he no longer had the most distinguishing feature of an elf. His long, slender ears. I still cannot believe they included an elf in a post-apocalyptic setting, and it's not... What was the one that they keep mentioning? Shadowrun? Yeah, Shadowrun. Will the Coven in Silver Spring still recognize him? Such a small change would mean nothing to the blood bonds of family, right? Right. Wait, is this supposed to be like a trans allegory? Are we doing the trans allegory on this character? I think we're doing the trans allegory on this character, actually. Actually, you know what? That would explain the eating disorder. That would so explain the eating disorder. Like, it's not like not so much like the modeling thing is another thing, but like character who is obsessed with like their weight and how they look. Yeah, that's yeah, I won't be surprised if we're going there. He snapped out of his reverie when Ethan coughed. I'm thinking we should start dinner. He glanced at the squirrel, still clutching one hand. Oh. The fire crackled presently as the three sat, chatting idly underneath the dazzling stars. Hikaru was impressed that Isaiah and Ethan seemed to know one another. It was lucky of him to have such a well-connected sidekick. Kid. As the conversation died down, Ethan broached the topic. So, you wanna know where Obsidian is? He pulled a lighter out of the pocket of his jacket, tumbled the striker, and lit a cigarette. He let the comment sit there for a moment as he breathed in the blissful toxicity, and then said to Isaiah, You're really gonna let this kid challenge the decorated officer of the New Novan Consulate? I'm not a kid, Hikaru interjected, and I'm sitting right here. Ethan raised an eyebrow in an expression that was clearly asking Isaiah, Why would you help this idiot? Isaiah didn't have an expression to shoot back, but the flat look in his eyes was definitely enough of a he might be an idiot but he's my idiot statement to make Ethan roll his eyes. Nice. He held up a linen bag carefully away from the fire. It stunk to high heaven. I need you to tell me where this came from. Isaiah blinked for a moment, considering. And you will tell us Obsidian's whereabouts. You could start a war, you know, he said, crossing his arms. That would be bad for both of us. How do I know you are not already starting one? Isaiah, trust me, this will not get out of hand. It's totally gonna get out of hand. I know how role-playing goes. This is totally getting out of hand. The look he gave him was the same one he had Etta in one hand, offering it to the thirsty mahjong players in the smoky room, and it was enough to make Ethan believe him. I'll sweeten the deal. I have a rumor for you. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Not this again. How? If this rumor were a dish, it would be practically gourmet, Isaiah teased. Something about an old merchant's road in the chasm. Wait, the Paris and Nova City are connected somehow? Mahjong. Yeah, they mentioned Mahjong last time. I hate it. Mahjong, my mortal enemy. Isaiah shrugged. As you have not yet accepted our exchange, I suppose you shall never know. Damn him, still the best, and he couldn't help but smile despite himself. Fine, I'll bite. Take on it then. Isaiah extended a hand, and Ethan took it, puffing approvingly. He'd miss him. Isaiah hadn't told him that he spoke a different language, and yet, when he was with Ethan, it seems that he lapsed into what Hikaru would deem New Novan. The two were nigh incomprehensible, throwing out names of towns Hikaru barely knew and people who Obsidian supposedly knew. From the snippets and snap he caught, he learned this. Obsidian was on a peace store with the New Novan consonant that included a sojourn at the parish. That's way too convenient. Like, that's convenient and a half. If he could get into the Citadel, and if he could find an audience with Obsidian, there was a slim possibility he could request a friendly duel. Quote-unquote friendly. Seeing as the last time Obsidian had seen him, he and Isaiah were making off with the crystalline core, he doubted it would be that hard to convince them to do. Luckily, Ethan could take care of him. I can't read. Ethan could take care of getting him into the parish. As for Father Gonzalez, he said, and if you meet, tell him Ethan sent ya. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. You have a lot of names. Helpful in my business. What exactly is your business? None of yours, kid. Hikaru huffed. Don't call me kid. The dawn was casting a pale orange glow over the camp as Ethan, Isaiah, and Hikaru packed up together. Isaiah reached out in his hand to shake Ethan's. If you find this road, let me know, he said. I wish to see it with my own eyes. Ethan held Isaiah's arm warmly. Thanks again for the info, and hey, what? When you see the father, tell him I'll be back. Isaiah blinked. Now that was new. Looking at Ethan's face, he looked almost embarrassed, something he'd never in his long-term friendship with him seen. He decided strategically to say nothing. Do not overexert yourself, and if you find yourself in Nova City again, do stop at my workshop, provided of course it is still standing. Will do. Waiting on that cup of coffee in the future. Of course. Okay, and after that we can make our own new post. Yeah, this is getting to the parish one. Isaiah had never seen the parish in person before. He stared up at it in awe, reflecting on how the symmetrical spires of stonework made the whole place look like a massive candelabra. Photos didn't do it justice. Is it allowed to photograph the inside? You know, that reminds me, my granddad from my dad's side of the family, he was actually like a sailor. Like he was in when he was forced to go into the military because it was they were forced to do it back in the day. He actually chose like he wanted to go into the Air Force, but he couldn't because his eyesight was bad, and he ended up going into the Marines, which yeah, you know, queer. Maybe that's where I got it. But it's interesting because he actually went to a lot of places, like, because, you know, he worked on a boat most of his life. And I remember that my dad always told me that he actually got to enter the Vatican once, like just to see it from the inside. Like he went to Africa, he brought like this, like, sadly a lot of the things that he brought back were destroyed because the area where my grandparents were living back in those days, when the city of Buenos Aires was bombarded, the house they had then, it was destroyed, so they didn't get to salvage a lot of things. I think I think my grandmother salvaged like this precious stone from Africa that he brought back. There was like a paper fan from Japan. Like he went to Japan and everything. Like he's like, you know, he was there on a couple of days because he was just, you know, work related, and he actually went in and got to go into the Vatican. And for the record, my grandfather was working when the bombs dropped, so my grandmother had to figure out what the fuck to do by herself when with two children, because they had already had my dad and my and his sister, who was the oldest one. And like my dad always told me that he would like this, like the story he always told was that going into the Vatican like made him a complete atheist. Like my grandfather was already not very into religion, but entering the Vatican was like the thing that like completely turned him into an atheist, because it's like he saw like the the fucking like marble floors and shit covered in gold, and he was so disgusted by it. No, like he was so disgusted by how expensive everything was. Like, because for the record, he also went like he also had like the chance to go to the UK, because we used to have like family there that we don't relate to anymore. Like, we have no contact with them. Um, During the aftermath of World War II, like he got to go there when everything was destroyed, and the only reason why those family members allowed him to visit was because he brought them food, and otherwise they basically just told him to fuck off, which tells you everything you need to know about that side of the family. But like, he saw a lot of fucked up shit. Like, he went to Africa too. He saw what, you know, the what colonialism did to some places. He saw a lot of fucked up shit, or the aftermath of it. So the man enters the Vatican, sees that shit covering gold, and he's like, you know what? You guys can go fuck yourself. You guys can absolutely go suck on a dick. And honestly, good for him. He's right. Like, I feel like that's very much the experience that you have if you don't really believe in religion. Like, on the one hand, there's some awe related to like seeing a building like that. On the other hand, you also realize that it's a waste of money. It's a waste of gold. It's a waste of marble. It's a waste of everything in there. And it's just a bunch of like old men who protect child abusers and other terrible people, just, you know, doing their shit. So yeah, I completely understand that that was the thing that absolutely that was the thing that absolutely fucked him up as far as religion went. It's like, just, yeah, fuck that shit. Fucking priest, fucking Catholic Church. So like, I always remember that because it's a fun story. It's funnier than the other story that I consistently have of my grandfather, which is the fact that he died the day of my first birthday. Like, I was having my first birthday and he died. Unrelated to the fact that I was having my first birthday, but also first birthday, grandfather dies. Boop. You know. Ibileda. The spire tower over the city like trees of a forest, one made of stone instead of wood. The effect was quite odd, even to Isaiah, who was used to the neon blue towers of Nova City, and looking up at the people above him as they went about their everyday lives. I know that he's trying to make the spires here, but also it's kind of difficult to read. He kind of strolled over him and glanced upwards at the stone towers. What did you thought, huh? Isaiah said nothing, just nodded slowly. Nova City's buildings were towering, but they didn't hold the same kind of authority that the Order of the Hand had. There were generally three reasons that buildings of this size ever got built, in his experience. The first was necessity, whether to protect or shelter the inhabitants. The second was money, and the third was power, and this last method was the only way to build an entire city to conform to one uniform style out of the least efficient and longest lasting material possible. It was also a great way to force people to complete the task without paying and get them to thank you for the privilege. Ah, yes, like a homeowners association. Isaiah offered Hikaru a neat beanie he'd picked up in a neighborhood in town. We should make sure any glowing bits are covered. We, Ordanians, don't trust terranova tech. Isaiah nodded. I forget sometimes that you're Ordanian. Hikaru gave him a weak smile. Sometimes I do too. In front of the large wrought iron gates of the parish, people carrying their elderly possessions on their back were queued in orderly lines. The lines, which seemed to run all the way around the parish, were larger than either of them had expected. Isaiah approached a nearby blonde priest, who nodded at him kindly. Sir, why are there so many people in this line? He asked. There have been a series of terrorist attacks all across Jordania. The people come to the parish to seek food and shelter. And please call me Father Dominic Gonzalez. Father, yes. Isaiah was unused to applying that name to anyone he wasn't related to, but had read that the people of Jordania worshipped worshipped the god of Terra Antiquus, and this was how their priests preferred to be identified. Father Gonzalez, does that mean you know Ethan? The look that crossed Father Gonzalez's face when he heard Ethan's name was a mix of shock and embarrassment. Something seemed to have happened between these two. Dominic lowered his voice. Is Ethan alright? He said if we ran across you to let you know he'll be back and to ask if we could stay in the parish for a bit. He said in his signature loud and chipper voice. The blush that spread across Dominic's face confirmed Messiah's hypothesis. Something had happened. Please come in. I'll brew some tea for you. Yeah, sure. Sure, nah. Hikaru and Isaiah were sitting in an austere room adorned with a single bronze cross. It was awkwardly silent. Isaiah inwardly sighed. Ethan wasn't lying when he said he could get them access to the parish, but this was unexpected. Isaiah and Hikaru, how do you know Ethan? Dominic asked, pouring some tea for the both of them. Oh, friend, he saved us from an explosion, Hikaru interjected. Isaiah pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, both of these are true. Dominic sighed softly, offering them cups. He does seem to invite calamity. I thank the Lord he's safe. So how do you know Ethan? Hikaru asked. Ethan smiled and ran a rough finger over Dominic's sleeve. Oh, I have sin to confess, father, but not unless you show me yours. Alright, the flashback. Just a concerned party. Can't beat the gay allegations. Dominic drew the cup suddenly to his lips. He replayed that moment over and over in his mind since Ethan had left the parish several weeks ago. He'd long given up that he'd see the intriguing traveler again, but now people who knew him just showed up here and with it a message that he'd be back. He swallowed. He shouldn't hope. It would only cause him pain. But he Can you tell me anything? What he's like? What his favorite drink is? His fists clenched against the fabric of his robe. Ethan says he's trouble. He kind of piped up that he's a desperate idiot. That some people like desperate idiot like us. He glanced over to Isaiah pointedly, who exhaled a laugh. I guess that does describe him. Dominic chuckled. I see. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Isaiah was beginning to like this priest. He had the same candor that he carried sometimes, the warm spirit that would throw him off. He could see why Ethan liked him too, as unwise as it was. There are many people who want to get to know Ethan, but few who know him, Saya said. But there is one thing, Ethan does not make promises easily. Dominic's cheeks warmed. Oh, well, I guess I'll see him soon. I imagine you will. We have to lose the homosexual allegations after all. They were shown to their quarters, just as bare as the room in which they came from. Hikaru could barely tell them apart, they all looked the same. I'll check on you towards evening, Dominic said. There's usually a community supper around that time. After Isaiah and Hikaru imparted their thanks and were effectively out of earshot, Isaiah said to lay his tools out on the small wooden desk. A portable vise, the diamond welder, and the crystalline cord from the auction house in Nova City. He hadn't a moment of peace since leaving home, and he'd been more than ready to get back to business, installing the crystalline core. It was energy efficient and drew power organically, so charging would be a cinch. With millions of regenerating lumens of energy, what would he build? A laser beam that could cut through titanium like butter, or a suit of indestructible armor? His hair stood at an end at the possibilities. Of course, the biggest and most relevant one was not passing out when he was needed. The incident at Nuovo had reminded him how fragile his body was. You gotta watch him work silently. Hey, Saya, ever since he and Ethan had that fireside chat, he'd been wanting to ask him something. Yes? Am I trouble to you? Most definitely. Damn. You don't say that just directly like Lucky. He kind of frowned. Saya was always helping him out. He wondered if he did the same for him. Isaiah was far away from his home too. He nearly got killed by a fellow cyborg and had narrowly escaped being burned alive by the flames. It was a soul that wasn't open about his own emotions, but could talk all day about someone else's. He wondered how he felt about all this. He leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. Isaiah, why did you decide to be my sidekick? I mean, you call him your sidekick. It's not like he decided the sidekick position. Isaiah gave a shrug that he was quickly learning was the cyber equivalent of a smile. I wonder about this whole psychic thing. Why leave my home? Why go on this stupid, crazy adventure? He looked out the window and at the puffy clouds settling atop the cathedral's angular cross. When it comes down to it, I have been in my own bubble for far too long. I wished to know what the world was like at Terranova City, but I could not go along. I was too afraid. He looked over at Hikaru with bright green eyes, and this I have you to thank for showing me it is possible. I will not lie that I miss Nova City. More and more every day we travel farther from it. But Hikaru, every day I also find myself more and more happy that I am your friend. Ah. Hikaru's face lit up with a blush, and he pulled his hood over his head bashfully. I should be thanking you, he shouted. There's no way we'd be here, he gestured to the parish luxurious courtyard, so close to Obsidian without your help. Nonsense, I was asleep half of the time. Isaiah turned back to the table, picking up the diamond welder, and I am to fix this. Even now, Isaiah was thinking of ways to help him. Hikaru wiped his eyes roughly with the back of his hand, his heart filling with an indescribable warmth that he'd never experienced before. Even though the both of them longed to be back home, he never wanted to be apart from him. If they could travel together forever, he'd... No, he looked down. All journeys had to come to an end, no matter how pleasant they were. And this too was... Oh, right, that was your god's name, wasn't it? Was Israel. Isaiah, do you think you'll get stronger by installing that thing? Oh yes, extraordinarily so. Strong enough to kill a god? I don't know about that, Hikaru. I... Nothing. He shrugged, his face relaxing into a smile. Just a stupid thought. Ah yes, killing a god, the classic ending of any Japanese RPG. Okay. Oh, this is a new one. Let's up the typing speed for a bit because I'm gonna read it when we're done. Follow the subordinate towards the yard. Follow the officer towards the shipman. Go to the shipman. Okay, post. And then we need to read this. Okay, the chasm. When he reached the bottom of the chasm, he did a cursory glance of the area. Two people with crude mods and guns strapped to their backs were speaking in hushed voices. When you're trying to destroy the bomb, sir. You know what it wants? I don't think it's human. Kill it then. Yes, sir. As the bottomnet walked past Ethan and through an iron door recessed in the cavern, the officer watched them go and then click on his receiver. Walking in the opposite direction. Relic to Alpha. What's the damage to the father's shipment? Both their backs were turned. It would be easy to follow either of them. Ethan followed the officer towards the shipment. It was a stack of strangely familiar linen bags piled high on a hover cart. He narrowed his eyes. Bingo, these look like the bombs he saw in Erding. Before he could investigate, a high-pitched shriek pierced the tunnel and a creature, blacker than the blackest night, tore down the hallway, landing on the hover cart with a crash. It tore into the bags, spraying fertilizer and bronze pits over the floor. Its mouth was lined with razor-sharp teeth, its body covered in feathers and pitch-black scales. What the hell was this thing? No time to think about that now. Totally not important. The officers had their guns out. He got to jump on one and kick him to the ground. The beast grabbed another in his jaws, devouring her in one gulp. Nice. Ethan watched in shock. It began to walk towards him, snarling. Sensing his imminent death, he tried a last-ditch Hail Mary, quickly drew his dagger and threw it with all his might. It sunk itself into its foot, and the beast let out a howl, unfurling its feathered wings and shooting into the air. For a long time, Ethan could only hear the sound of his own panicked breathing. Of all the times he'd almost gotten killed, this time was too close for comfort. In an effort to awaken his numb senses, Ethan kicked the hovercraft with his foot. One of the bronze pieces fell to the floor. It looked like it was in the shape of a cross. It was father's shipment suddenly came back to him. He froze. The parish. Shakily, he picked up one of the intact bombs. He'd almost lost his head for his hunch, but he was one step closer to the truth. And we're done. And if he's still not available, you left. And yeah, we'll talk more later. So I think that's everything. Yeah, we can end the month. Unless... No, I'll play solitaire next time. Let's end the month. Let's move to April. We all love April. Who's on the chat? For a group roleplay? Away at the moment, leave a message and I'll be back soon. She's not online. Hmm. And let's open Cherry. Thinking about doing a group roleplay too. What do you think? I mean, let me know when everyone's ready. The thing. Continue this in the group chat. Okay. Hey, did you hear? Oh. Wait, two of... Oh, okay, this is the group chat. Okay, let's... Oh, no, wait. Effie. Hey, T, you're online. I wanted to tell you this in person, but I didn't get the chance yet. No, wait, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're going to Japan? I should have asked about the pregnancy. That would have been funny. Ah, you read my blog. Effie, you're my bestie. I read every single one of your blogs. Nice. I don't know whether to feel happy or creeped out. Happy. And then creeped out, in that order. Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I still want to hear about it from you. But you have to pretend to be surprised, okay? Okay. Okay, here goes. This summer, I'm going to Japan. What, seriously? Effie, that's so cool. Right? I can't wait. So, how the hell did you manage that? Give me the juicy details. Well, my dad's planning this father-son bonding trip with my brother. My little brother's becoming a man. So, mom asked me if there's somewhere I wanted to go. You're taking a mother-daughter trip to Japan? Well, no. We looked at plane tickets together and she said it's too expensive. Yeah, no, it's Japan. But she said she'd drive me up to Denver for Godplay all 4. It's gonna be a mother-daughter road trip. That got you to Lolita convention? Seriously, your mom is the best. Yeah, I gotta be jealous about that trip too. Sorry. What? No, don't be. So anyway, about Japan. Yeah, about Japan. Right, getting there. So after we looked at plane flights, I got to thinking, now I know how much it costs to go. And I told my parents, it would be a lot cheaper if it were just me, right? I could stay at Sandaria's place and I won't have to spend a lot of money on hotels and I could chip in for costs with the money I made selling dresses. They said if I can pay for half the trip myself, they'll pay for the other half. Just you then. Your family isn't going with you? Yep, just me. Don't you want some... Yeah, don't you want someone to go with you? Yeah, that was... So, what are your plans? Well, I'm still working out the details with Sandaria. She better go get you from the airport, though. But basically, she's going to show me around Tokyo, and we're going to work on our fashion brand. Cool. Can't wait to see all the cool fashion in Harajuku. But I have a lot of work to do before then. You got this, I believe in you. Yasmin is gonna knock her socks off. Seriously, pack extra socks. For Sandaria, you know, so you can make up for it after you knock her socks off. Thanks, T. We can talk about more of the details later. In the meantime, group roleplay, play your butts because it's gonna be a nonsense episode. I'll continue this in the group chat. I can't believe we're doing a nonsense episode. I mean, I can, but also onsen episode. Hey, did you hear about the super exciting news about Effie and me? You mean about Effie, among you and Effie starting... What should I do? I mean, I know Effie's going to Japan, but if it's about Effie and you, it's more like you're starting a fashion label. Not yet. But Effie and I are gonna talk about it when she comes to Japan in July. Ah. You'll both be hanging out in Japan? Yep. I'm really happy, you know? I'm really happy for you both. It's gonna be great. What are you doing for summer break? Haven't figured out plans yet, but I'm sure I'm gonna do something fun. Oh. I mean, it's still only April, right? Yeah. But, but, is there a reason why nothing is happening? Oh, I had to wait. Yeah? Hold on a sec. Be right back. Continue this in the group chat. Okay. Before I get to the group chat, I'll keep the terranova post for last, and let's see. Okay. Breathe, girl. Stop freaking out. Deep breath. I'm going to Japan! Beautiful, lovely, wonderful, amazing Zandaria is letting me come visit. Like, I don't know how I'm making this work, and it's still so weird and unreal, but it is happening! Squeeze into the night sky and disappears in a puff of bats and lace. So you gotta convince mom and dad I won't starve, get lost, or be killed. Details. Classic. And then, Effie. Okay, sorry everyone. I had a moment where I just couldn't contain myself because click here, click here, click here. My bestie ephemeral smile is coming to Japan. I can't believe it. Finally, we'll be able to meet in person and plot and person and... Are you two dating and just haven't told me? I cannot wait to see you, Effie. Yeah, no, I feel like these two are dating and just haven't said anything because it's awkward. Like this here, like this here, like this here. This is definitely like we're dating and we just haven't told people because it's 2004 and what are people gonna say about the lesbians, you know what I mean? And also, girl, we need to talk about your eating disorder, by the way. Like, we need to talk about that. But besides that, like, I feel like that's what's going on. Like, I feel like that's the vibe here. Like, they've been fucking dating and we just haven't been told because it's awkward. Like, Effie doesn't know what to tell us, and Sandaria also doesn't know what to say. Okay, I'm saving this for later. Everyone say hi. Hi. Hey, sup? Oh god, it's like MSN Messenger all over again. Oh my god, could you be less excited? Inhales. Like, oh my god, we're all together. What? Now that's more like it. But Cherry was just... Shh, T, just let her have this. Thanks everyone for making time for this group roleplay. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Our 4 fantastic books are heading to the onsen. How did you justify the onsen? This is gonna be good. I'll start us off. Roger. Yeah, no, like... Yeah, no, I feel like it's gonna end up really awkward. Okay. The four of them picked their way through the underbrush of Verdania, just a mile away from the parish. The sky above was deep blue and cloudless. I thought you said this was going to be easy, complained Hikaru, fussing with his cape. We've been walking up this mountain for ages. Where are we going anyways? Though it was Dominic's day off, Ethan had convinced him to come out with the others to show them something really cool. Yes, cool, right? Just a little further. It's gonna be great, don't worry. It's an onsen episode after all. Ethan said, looking back over at the other three with a smirk. As they crested over the ridge of the mountain top, the rocks dove down gracefully into sparkling, clear blue water. A small pool was crowded in the mountain just so that from the inside the water one could look out over the mountain range covering cedars and firs. Steam was rising invitingly off the surface of the pool. Okay. Yeah, it's an onsen. Saya paused, gingerly dipping his fingers in the water. Is this Yes, this is in fact a hot spring. He looked over to Ethan, who was already stripping himself of his shirt, exposing his rock hard abs. Oh god, we're in that. Yeah, no, wait, it's 2004. It is the Smexy era. Remember when everyone said Smexy? It's so Smexy, you guys. He wish he still had the capability of properly rolling his eyes. And there goes the clothing. Isaiah like, yes, yes, I've seen this anime before. Look, I was a teenager during the Smexy era. I'm I don't know how I feel about that. On the one hand, I was a teen, like I was there. That was my place. But also, I'm a almost 31-year-old man. So my feelings towards that era of my life are very complicated. And also, it's just yeah, that's just the way we did it back then. Dominic's gray eyes widen and he clapped his hands over his face. Love have mercy, he whispered under his breath, turning beet red. What, we're all dudes. He then proceeded to. Oh. Wait, give me a second. He then proceeded to undo the drawstrings from his loose fitting pants, sliding them temptingly over his hips. Ain't nothing you haven't seen before. He gave Dominic a look. Trademark a look. Hello? Hello? What do you think about coming to Japan? Wait, are you inviting me to come with to come with? Sure. But you barely know me. All the more reason to get to know you. Is it really okay? I don't want to like crash your party. No, no. We're friends. You're really nice, you know that? No, you. Aww. Okay, I'll ask my parents. I mean, don't hold your breath or anything. Hold breath. Also hold breath. Huh? Were you actually holding your breath? No. Aw, thank you, Sandaria. I hope I'll see you in Japan soon. You too. Aw, that's sweet. Like, Sandaria really is that person who's just like annoying in a very specific way, but also not a bad person. I'm loving this roleplay. Me too. I wish I could read it, but everybody's talking to me separately. Hey, can I ask your advice on something? So, I don't know if you read Effie's blog. Shoot. I don't know if you're interested, but she's going to Japan to hang with Sandaria. Oh, yeah, I think I saw that. And, like, that's cool and everything, but I was a little, like, jealous, you know? Yeah, because it's Japan. I talked to Sandaria and she invited me to come hang with them. Maybe she's being serious or just nice. I don't know, you're not seriously thinking of going, are you? Well, yeah. Look, we're friends, so I want to be real with you. You're gonna be a total third wheel. And Sandaria, I have a bad feeling about her. No, she's just... Look, I've seen girls in that position. She just has a horrible eating disorder that she doesn't realize because it's 2004. What do you mean? I talked to her about doing a Dominic Hikaru roleplay and she totally blew me off. I got up at like 5 a.m. to record roleplay before I had to go to school and you just bailed, poof. That doesn't sound like Cinderia. Yeah, she's been pretty nice. Yeah, cause Cinderia likes you for now. Quit being so ominous, Sherry, you're freaking me out. I'm just saying, man, I'm kinda rethinking this Japan trip now. Now, look, T, if you really want to go, go. Don't let me talk you out of it. Well, at least I have time to think about it. Why don't you come too? If I could part the oceans to meet you in Japan, I would. God, but isn't that a dream? No way my mom would let me go, even if I could afford it. I mean, you could... Look, girl, your mom is really, like... I don't remember if it's Catholic or not, because I don't think you mentioned any saints. So I'm going to assume really Christian. Just say that you want to go do missionary work in Japan. That'll probably sell them. Like, you could be like, look, there's just not enough Christians in Japan. We could totally just go and do missionary work in Japan, you know? And it would be like an excellent excuse. Now, the money is a different problem. But you could convince her. Okay, but if I go, will you send me your address so I can mail you stuff? Maybe later. But you don't have to get me anything, really. Just chat me about your adventures, okay? Thanks for talking it out with me, Cherry. You're a good friend. Right back at Yeti. You two need to talk about your feelings. Where did I... Okay, yeah. We were left there. That was precisely the problem. Through his fingers, he blinked over at Isaiah, who was discarding his trench coat to the side, pulling his shirt over his head. The broad muscles of his arms were lightly scarred, and across his back were pinkish marks. Did something happen? He asked, trying to ignore Ethan, who was currently buck naked and cajoling Hikaru to come in the water with him. Of course. Isaiah shrugged in an attempt to reassure Dominic that he wasn't bothered by it. He always had to improvise due to his face, so when he realized the shrug didn't work, he just waved a hand kindly. These are mostly self-inflicted. My mentor and I did a lot of experiments on my body. Mentor, just like Father Castiliano, he nodded. Just looking at you, I thought, that must have hurt. I wouldn't have expected to hear you did it to yourself. Isaiah undid the clasp of his pants. That is one way to look at it, I suppose. However, when I look at myself, I think my body is more mine than than it has ever been. And when I think of it that way, I have no regrets. He could sense Dominic's confusion. Let me put it this way. Have you ever had someone you wish to protect? Dominic nodded. Sometimes when you truly wish to protect someone, you make yourself stronger than you thought you could be. If perhaps that strength comes at the expense of a few scars along the way. When you see that you have succeeded in your protection, you see the scars and are reminded that you were the one that made that made yourself stronger. Is it possible for someone to make themselves swoon with their own character? Because Dominic smiled at Isaiah warmly. Do not be afraid. You will not be put to shame. Do not fear disgrace. You will not be humiliated. Come again? Isaiah blinked. Isaiah 15:4. Did you know your name was also that of a famous prophet? Man. Isaiah was about to respond when he was interrupted by a smack on his ass. Of course. Ethan was standing behind him, naked as a jaybird and dripping wet. Come on, you prudes! I didn't bring you up here to enjoy the hot spring closet. Get to undressing. Jesus, as long as we're referencing religion here. Wink. Double wink. Wait, double winks are just blinking. I just realized that. If you wink with both eyes, you're just blinking. Damn. Incredible. Every day we learn something new. Isaiah casually smacked him. There are more effective ways to get me to remove my clothing. Have you tried water? Perhaps with tea? He wasn't aware of his own strength, though, for he sent Ethan toppling back into the pool with a yell. He kicked off the rest of his clothing and waded in after Ethan. Of course, you always have been, on some level, insufferable. Dominic chuckled, finding a rug to hide behind as he stripped himself of his raiments, slowly and carefully folding them for later convenience. He liked this Isaiah fellow already. Hey, hands off my sidekick! Hikaru called from the opposite side of the pool. He was wading in the shallow and his breeches were pulled up to his thighs. We're really doing this, huh? Take off your pants and come stop me, Ethan teased, putting his hand on Isaiah's chest sensually, laying his head on his shoulder. Damn. Hikaru's face turned deep red with anger. Hey! Take off your pants and jacket? Ugh. Let's go, don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest, I'll make this last forever. I don't recognize that sound. You realize you're about to make him explode, right? Isaiah chuckled. Not enticed. Ethan poked his chest. Not by you. You wound me. This is real BFF hours. Cara, don't judge my man. Touches man, lol. That's me. That's the kind of person that I am when I role playing. That's literally me. It's like, no, don't do the thing. Me does the thing. Lol. Immediately. all the time, especially when it's completely inappropriate and annoying. I believe there is someone here who will respond to your blatant teasings far more than I will. Isaiah, who was a good 6 inches taller than Ethan, patted him on the head like a wayward puppy. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ethan's cheeks tinged with red and he looked away, avoidant. Dominic came out from behind the rock and slowly, gingerly lowered himself into the water. He waved sheepishly at the two of them. Ethan swallowed. Oh, come on. He's barely there. Isaiah eyed him. No idea whatsoever. Shut up. Um, Ethan was tackled by Hikaru, who was by now wearing nothing but his cloak. They both fell into the water, the dark fabric billowing around them. You big jail, leave him alone! Hikaru yelled while Ethan cackled loudly. Or else what? Gracefully, Isaiah picked Hikaru up by the cloak, revealing his lovely head of curls. Hikaru kindly sees. That's my face. On a regular basis, I mean. Yale's face went red when he looked into Isaiah's eyes. Not only was he looking straight at him, he was looking at his hair. He was mortified. He just unwittingly exposed himself. It was akin to flashing oneself at worship, completely inappropriate and unbecoming of a follower. Wait, is Zendaya like... I wonder. Like the hair cover, like... She Muslim? Like... I mean, I know she's in Japan and everything, but like now I'm wondering, like the hair covering and like that seemed very specific. And at least my experience with role playing with people who are mostly white, like religion never came up unless it was like a real big background stuff for a person. So those are lovely ears you have, Dominic commented to Hikaru from the water. He took his knees up to his chest and addressed the taller man. Isaiah, did you make them yourself? I did, Isaiah said rather proudly. It was a bit difficult, but I did not want them to be lacking in functionality. I thought that hearing for miles would suit him, being an elf and all. Ah yes, tell me what you hear with your elf ears. Wait, no, it was what you see with your elf eyes. God damn it, Legolas. Unfortunately for Hikaru, all he could hear right now was his heartbeat throbbing in his ears. Saya looked back to Hikaru. Ah, right, the thing about the head, one moment. He set Hikaru down as one would a doll, and took his beanie, which he had been previously wearing, and fit it snugly atop his head, covering his curls and ears. There you go. Try not to get it too wet. He patted Hikaru's shoulders gently. Yes, Hikaru mumbled, sinking down into the water, simultaneously unbelievably overjoyed and so embarrassed he could die. Got told by mom, did you? Ethan called from the other side of the pool. Oh my god. Okay, I have to admit Hikaru's cute when he's mad. And just a little pathetic, but mostly cute. Okay, back to the role-playing. I mean, every character is cute when he's being pathetic. You're lucky I can't get this wet. That's what she said. Hikaru grumbled, lightly patting Isaiah's beanie on his head. It still smelled like him. Isaiah settled on a rock nearby to gaze out into the vast expanse of nature that was before him. The sight was incredible to him. In moments like this, he was in awe of the land. Ardania had a vastness he never before experienced. He initially left Nova City to understand what was outside his workshop, but he... Sorry, I just... I'm waiting for more text to pop, and it worries me that I'm not gonna get to read everything. So I just, like, get sidetracked while reading. Though he longed for the peaceful nights spent alone tinkering, there was a different sense of satisfaction he got from spending time with these three. Hikaru pulled him on crazy adventures he himself would never instigate. Ethan was street smart and could talk himself out of any hot water. And Dominic, well, he just met him, but he sensed a soothing presence from him. He was a good listener, which was just as well, as Isaiah felt that he didn't have that much to say. Okay. Ethan got on board with teasing Hikaru, so he swam to the other side of the pool where Dominic was. The boy looked less uncomfortable than before, but only mildly. He settled down by a rock next to him and gave him a smile, which turned into a smirk. Dominic looked away, pretending to be interested in his toes underneath the water. The rippling water made bright patterns on his brown skin. When the hubbub settled down, it was pretty peaceful up here. He didn't want to be rude to Ethan, though. Hello. Hey. Bitch. No. Thanks for taking us up here. He looked up at the sky. It's really nice here. Yeah, I found this while hiking a while back. Sometimes I come up here to just sit and think. It's a lovely place to do so. It's even lovelier. Wait, Ethan stopped himself before he said anything lascivious to the priest. Tried to be civil. He caught himself sneaking a look at Dom's slight shoulders and spine, arched over the water perfectly. He was really quite lovely. He coughed and looked away again. God, you guys! Ethan around literally everyone else. Haha, get naked, you brutes. Ethan around Dominic. Be nice, be nice, be nice, be nice. You're not wrong. Honestly, it's funnier. It's funnier that way. Like, we get it. You're gay. God, this really is role-playing in 2004. It's literally just role-playing in 2004. They sat silently for a long moment. A stillness settled over the four of them. Saya seemed to be looking out into the distance, meditating, and Hikaru sitting closely by him, examining the beanie Saya had given him. No one's looking at them. That was it. Still looking away, Dominic took a deep breath and plunged his hand into the water, grabbing Ethan's. The experience of skin-on-skin contact rolled a shiver up his spine. Really? Terrible fact? What terrible fact? Ethan jolted when Dominic's hand touched his own. A deep blush crawled its way up his neck and he swallowed hard. He chuckled, trying to laugh it off as some mistake, as hands just grazing underneath the water. But the way his fingers were shyly twining themselves within his, he couldn't ignore. He glanced over at Dominic. He slowly turned to meet his eyes. I won't stay 2 days awake during school because roleplay. Honestly, I've never stayed 2 days awake, but I've stayed like easily 24 hours awake because I was doing something. And roleplaying did take enough of my time that I would have done that if I had someone to do it with. Excuse me, I'm drinking my water. Like that's, I don't know if that's terrible because that's something that I would have done. Like, if you get really into a roleplay, it's just like, yeah, you just absolutely like destroying yourself because it's like, yeah, no, this is getting good. It's like reading a fanfic like on live television, if that makes any sense. It's like on media. It's the fanfic on media res, where you're like writing it and you're excited to continue writing the next thing. That's kind of what it is, really. It's just literally just writing a fanfic in media, like media res style. So like you're all excited because it's like, oh boy, we're gonna get to the next part, and then we're gonna get to the, and you just can't stop. Like, I would argue that's super normal. Well, I don't know, 2 days awake normal, but I've stayed like a long time awake doing role playing, so I'm not surprised, is what I mean. Dominic was looking at him genuinely, searching for an answer to Ethan's. Should he stop? Was this okay? He wanted to ask the questions out loud, but his body was quicker to respond than his mind. He felt another shiver ripple over him as Ethan's thumb struck the top of his palm. Guys, you do realize there's 2 people here, right? There's 2 other people here watching. I hope somebody points out that there's 2 other people watching this shit. Because there's nothing funnier than the onsen scene The onsen scene getting interrupted because there's more than two people in the onsen. Which, if anything, that's what happened in Get Backers. Like the onsen episode in Get Backers, it's literally just like gay couple having a moment, two other men who might or might not be fucking. They are definitely fucking, completely ruining the atmosphere because, like, guys, can you stop being on your honeymoon period? Can you stop being on your honeymoon period, please? After almost killing each other. Ethan swallowed hard. Dominic seemed to have this way of pulling the shyness that was buried deep inside him through his mischievous exterior like sand through a sieve. It was an uncomfortable feeling. He wanted to say something, but what even were words right then? Dominic gave a small smile. Watching Ethan was like watching a performer undress after a long day on stage. Take off the jacket, the shoes, and he was raw and red and genuine. He liked this genuineness. Ah, that word. The performance was funny and cute, but this was real. Hikaru glanced past Isaiah to see Ethan and Dominic sharing what he could only be described as a moment. Quote unquote a moment, hashtag a moment. He grinned wickedly, preparing to do a little teasing episode. Wait, is he? Suddenly, he interjected himself between the two, pressing his hand on top of theirs enthusiastically. Oh, is this a prayer? Can I pray too? I can pray too. Isaiah, we're gonna pray together. He called across the pool. Dominic's eyes widened and he tried with no avail to retract his hand because his grip was too strong. Ethan was glaring daggers at him. Hey, no god, Maureen. Zandaria, who put you in charge of Dom and Ethan? Just trying to keep this moving. Don't want to spoil a moment waiting for you slowpokes to finish typing. You would have done the same things anyway. I'm with Cherry on this. Let her write for Dominic, please. Roger Dodger. Anyway. Ah yes, classic Godmodin moment. I mean, Godmodin is fair if you're like two people and you know how you write each other's character, I feel, but otherwise. Isaiah opened one eye slowly. The three of them were sitting together, holding hands. What is this? What is this? He asked, turning towards them, and as he did, the hot springs rippled around them from the shifting weight. A prayer? Murder is a sin, you know. Ethan is already thinking of 6 ways to kill Hikaru. God, this really is 2004. It's cute, like it's a cute 2004, but oh boy, is it 2004. Yes, Dominic said softly, trying to salvage the already awkward situation. You could feel Ethan's fingers slightly dig into his in frustration. The world is a dark and dangerous place. The fact that we found a moment of peace and each other to enjoy it with is truly a gift from God. Isra, Hikaru interjected, bowing his head in reverence. Pick your favorite. Ethan growled at him, ready to pounce. Damn. No, I lied. The Lord kills people all the time. Gets a kitchen knife. I mean, it is true. Have you read the Old Testament? Because God is kind of a douchebag in that one. If you ever want to remember that God is kind of like a piece of shit, just read the Old Testament for it. Absolutely dickwad of a person, God. Well, creator, I suppose. Isaiah didn't have any gods he prayed to. In a very selfish way, he thought himself his own maker. Everything about him that he liked was part of something he trained to have built within him. Ah, yes, I'm my own god. My creation and my destiny. Classic. There is a song that actually goes that way. In Spanish. That being said, he wasn't opposed to the idea of some higher power, especially because he knew there were things out of his control. He had experienced wonder with no purpose and sorrow with no meaning, thought back to his parents. He'd sought a reason for the deaths, but ultimately came up with nothing. And the most meaningful way to think about it was that some higher power or another had intended for it to happen, to create his own meaning, because for him, that was always meaningless, and in Terranova he was surrounded by it. Saya nodded. I believe I am prepared for another entirely new experience today. The thing about always being forced to keep a straight face is you can't pretend to miss the point. Saya's face is the only straight thing happening here. Damn. I mean, it is true, but also damn. Okay. Father, we are thankful for your presence. Through many dangers and perils, you brought us together. And though our time may be short, he looked over at Ethan, who had his head bowed in prayer or anger. He wasn't sure what. I'm really glad we had the opportunity to do this. Not to be undone, Hikaru continued. And Isra, you blessed us with your natural bounty of earth and sky on this day, and friends, which are really hard to come by in this world. He was shocked at his own genuineness. He looked out. Ah, that fucking word. Why can't I read it? Genuineness. There it is. He looked over at Isaiah. He was family. He was a friend. He was more than a friend. He wanted to stay on this adventure forever with him. And in that moment, he realized he probably wouldn't. His eyes started to water. Aww. Isaiah put his hand atop to the rest. Amen, he said, and squeezed their hands. What probably was a ruse had turned into a surprisingly heartfelt moment. I mean, he looked up at everyone's faces and smiled. Amen. Amen. Stop. I mean, it's all men. It's not okay if I pun? No, nobody can make puns. The only puns that are funny are mine. All other puns are illegal except the puns that I make, which are good. Because all other puns are cringe. When they hiked down the mountain later in the afternoon, they were chatting and sharing food from their bags. Isaiah and Hikaru some fresh forage berries and numbing his bread with butterfat. He was still thinking about that moment he and Ethan shared when Ethan spoke up. Hey. Yes? Come on. What you gonna do now? Come on. Isaiah and Hikaru were chatting ahead of Isaiah and Hikaru were chatting ahead of them. Isaiah was kindly asking for his beanie bag, and Hikaru was content on keeping it, telling him that it was much easier to move around in than his cape. But he climbed up onto Isaiah's shoulder so that he wouldn't be able to snatch the cap from his head. He heard a defeated sigh. A large cyber and a smaller elven cyber picking their way down the mountain. It truly was a strange sight. As the two traveled further down the path in the settling evening, Ethan took a hold of Dominic's hand. Ah, he smiled at him awkwardly. Dominic did the same. The both of them blushed, but unlike the previous interruption, they kept walking together in silence, hands intertwined. Hey, ladies. Yes? That was really nice, thank you. Aww. Everyone had fun. Let's end here for today. I should probably get to sleep soon. Yeah, me too. Can't wait for next time. Yes. Looking forward to it. Good night, everyone. Night. Every anime has one. Finish the hot streak group roleplay. Oh, right. Every anime has one. Oh. Oh, that's good. That's funny. We're all done here. Good night. Busy on really important things like roleplay. Achievements. Thank you. Talk to you later. Okay. And talk to you later. Okay, all of that's done. That's gonna be a new post. But let's make a new post on our own. Grateful for you. I've been thinking recently and I'm really thankful to have such good friends. Write about Effie's and commentary to Japan to visit an area. Write about Cherry. Write about our last sister and our roleplay. I guess like a third option. I mean, yeah, I feel better writing about like I feel like there's a level of like, how do I put it? This thing of like balancing the relationships here that I'm not gonna min-max, but also, oh right, you can write everything in order. Okay. Well, writing that first is better. Let's write about Cherry, and then we'll talk about Effie. and we'll read it once it's done. Let's see. Things are really starting to heat up. Hikaru's finally gotten what he's wanted to fight Obsidian, but what is his next move? Dominic has a terrifying secret, but will he be able to hide it any longer? And Ethan's closer than he realized to the mastermind of his bombings. And really, all of this is possible through the hard work of my friends. He had long, laughter-filled nights of all of us hopping on, writing stories together, editing them, and putting them on the Terranova community. We hope everyone is enjoying them. We've been enjoying them. Cherry and I have been role-playing almost every time we hang out online. I'm really digging the tension between the two of them. I mean, it's sexy, but it's also really real. Cherry and I only just met in December, but I'm really enjoying our conversations so far. I hope that I'll get to have more of them in the future with you, Cherry, until we get to know each other better. Thanks for being willing to hang and to roleplay with these three crazy ladies. We think you're awesome. I'm absolutely sure one of them is gonna come out being trans. Like 100%. I don't know which one is gonna be. Maybe Zandaria, like I could see it because the relationship between that and the eating disorders, or it's just gonna be Tourmaline. Like it's just gonna be us. We're gonna be the trans one. Guess what? My friend Effie is going to Japan. Thank you so much, Sandaria, for letting her come and hang out with you. I'm really super jealous of you both. Effie, whether we're hanging out in real life or online, it feels the same. We just talk and talk and talk about our characters, our worlds, and life all blended into one. You really get me, and I hope I'm as supportive of a friend as you are to me. And Sandaria, you're so super cool. Well, becoming a model while role playing, that takes so much hard work and dedication, and being a suddenly attractive obs. No, don't encourage it. She has an eating disorder, don't encourage it. Which I don't have. I admire you. I hope I'm not being too dramatic here, but I was bullied a lot in middle school. I had a hard time trusting my friends because the ones I had turned against me, somewhat hashtag relatable. But now I'm really lucky. I have really awesome and wonderful friends. We hang out all the time, make crazy and stupid stories together, and I'm so glad I met all of you. And if you have requests, if you're okay with me requesting stuff from Japan, no pressure, I love you. Aww. Children, I swear to God. Okay, let's see. Another one with Ethan and Dominic. Dominic left the confessional booth, a weight lifted from his chest. It was a mere 2 nights ago that he found the beast ravenously hungry and plunged himself into the chasm, away from all humanity to feed on whatever monstrosities were down there. Feed his hunger and got a nasty wound out of it too. He had learned to time his confessions when Father Castigliano was in. As much as he feared him, he was the one person he could talk to about his secrets in plain language. And yet, there was one sin he couldn't bring himself to confess this time. The gay. Yeah, Ethan. See? The gay. His memory was always somewhat fuzzy when he turned, but this time something lingered. A smell, a voice. It was him. He was sure of it. These thoughts were swimming in his head as he limped back to his room. When he swung the door open, he was greeted by Ethan, sitting on his bed with a glass of red wine in one hand and the bottle in the other. Did you miss me? Ethan, what a surprise! He blurted out, genuinely surprised. Can't get decent wine in this place. How do you priest types drink this? With communion wafers, and you're not supposed to drink a whole glass. Oh yeah, communion wine apparently is disgusting. Like, really actually disgusting. Which begs the question, like, really, Jesus? Why do you make your wine that bad? Like, your blood is supposed... Look, Jesus, if you want the people to like you more, maybe you should have made your blood delicious, just saying. He turned down the rest of the glass with a smirk directed at him. Also, I just realized that a lot of Catholic traditions are just literally like pseudo-cannibalism. Oh yeah, we eat this because it represents the body and blood of Christ, and it's like, what, do you want to actually eat Christ? Fucking cannibals. May the Lord strike me down. He just might. He buried his face in his palm. Give me that, he demanded, snatching the bottle from Ethan. Atta boy, get yourself a drink too. A little sip should take the edge of that busted leg. What happened there anyway? Dominic paused in the door frame, his expression worried. He wasn't quite sure how he got the injury either. Just that he woke up in a tree with a dagger buried into his foot. Ethan must have sensed the shift because he patted the side of the bed. Hey, come here. Instead of sitting beside him, Dominic threw his arms around Ethan in a big hug that pulled the both of them over. He let out a surprised yell. Huh? I'm glad you're safe, he mumbled into his shoulder. Since you came to the parish, there have been more bombings. The apostles, I want you, Jesus, eat this bread. It's like my body, I guess. You know what? That's not entirely wrong. I hate that that's not entirely wrong. Like, Jesus really was like a dude with 12 friends who all kind of wanted him in a way. Especially Judas, who was so salty about it that he went full yandere. Sorry to all Catholics in the room. I just find it funny. He released him suddenly, flopping back onto the bed. I know you didn't come to see me. Your friends, right? They're safe. That's not... I ask about you, but they're very protective of your privacy. Must be nice to have friends like that. Dumb. I can't keep secrets too. With a frustrated sigh, Ethan pressed a hand against his chest. In that moment, time stopped. His breath quickened, and he looked up at the man above him who had an exasperated look on his face. God, you're annoying. Sorry. That was not what I meant to say, he said, looking away. If I wanted to visit them now, I'd be in their room drinking wine. Do you get it? A fire blush shot its way across Dominic's cheeks. He said nothing, just looked up at Ethan, who was actively avoiding eye contact. After a long silence, Ethan spoke up. What do you want to know? Okay, and then we make the, I don't feel like posting to Terranova right now. Really? I would assume that we would have, you know, posted the thing that we just did. Like, and we posted our new stuff. Hold on here. Put that for later. Put that later. Talk more later. Okay, I guess we're clean. We're clean for this month, I think. Like, we checked everything except solitaire. Time to play some solitaire while we talk about how Jesus and the apostles were pretty gay. Look, I just think that wanting to eat the body of Christ is a little homosexual. Like, it's a little queer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's something cannibalistic about it too. That's also part of the equation, I feel. But I also think that is a little queer. You know, that reminds me, there was this one joke that I really liked in Boston's Favorite Son, which I'm the only person who cares about it. About the idea of Jesus and the Apostles as a sketch comedy group, and I still think about it sometimes because Jesus and the Apostles as a sketch comedy group would be hilarious, like conceptually, just funny. Funny. Oh hey, everything but the one that I can get out. Oh really? All of them? Nice. Sure, give me that. If you wanna do that, you can give me that. But yeah, Jesus and the Apostles as a sketch comedy group would be pretty funny too. Uh, 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 uh. Uh, come on, come down. 5, and we need a 4. Guess I can put you here. You can get here. I mean, this 4 would be useful if I had a 5. Oh, speaking of. We can move this here. Might as well. No, let me. Game. Why aren't you letting me move it? Okay, that's weird that it's not letting me just move it. That's confusing. Boop, boop. And we have everything we need. Oh, maybe it's because like it expects you to put a certain amount before it lets you move them. That would make sense. Kind of weird, but kind of makes sense too. There. Anyway, Jesus and the Apostles as a sketch comedy group. Actually, in Brazil they did something like, well, no, it's not, because it was a comedy sketch about Jesus. And what I mean is like the entirety of like it's just a comedy group, but also the comedy group is comprised entirely from Jesus and his apostles. And they just do sketch comedy together, which is conceptually funny to me, personally speaking. They probably have internal fights about it too. Yay! Oh, Solitaire Addict with 5 games of Solitaire. I knew that playing Solitaire would serve me well. Anyway, end the month. And we're going to meet through May. Okay. Oh, that's cute. What's that called? Zendaria and Tourmaline. Ah, that's cute. Let's see who's... Okay, F is not up. I should find something else to do for now. Zendaria is also not available. Cherry is there, but let's give it a sec. There's some entries. There's a lot of new entries. Okay. Okay. Let's go with that in a bit. Wait, no. We might want to check. I might want to check Fairy first. Hey, T, finally got some time on the comp to myself. I got a present for you. Ah, yes. Men. I just want to take out the thingy. Men. Classic. I can never go back to school again. Fuck you all. I hate you. God, I just wanna die. Okay. This is bad. Hey, everything okay? Why? I saw this on your in the journal. Yeah, that, sweetie. Do you want to talk about it? Yeah, I told you I have friends in school, right? Yeah. Well, I was drawing some stuff in my sketchbook and they stole it. I had some, you know, yaoi drawings in there and they passed it around and laughed. It was awful. Do you want me to punch them in the face for you? I'll do it. I'll get a plane ticket to where you are and punch them in their dumb faces. I will literally apply violence. Just like Utena and Auntie. No, that involves a sword. I'm going to use my fists. Utena had to get a sword to actually do shit. I can do it with my fucking hands. My hands are the mortal weapons here. Yeah. Oh god, you do. Can you tie girls? I mean, I don't even know because Tourmaline might be the one who's trans. But until then, girls, please. This is can you be honest about your feelings right now? Like this is hurting me. I've been in, well, have I been in the I kind of been in this position. Like girls, please. Does that make you my prince? Yeah, your prince protecting you from yaoi haters everywhere. Aw, not that I have the money to buy a plane ticket though. I know. I'm supposed to be working part-time over the summers so I can get enough money. So if I get enough money, I'd like to come visit. Really? Yeah. Then we can hang out and draw anime for hours. Ah yes, drawing anime. Hashtag drawing anime. I would love that. Chin up, okay? I got your back. Yeah. Oh, hold on. We'll come back for some role-playing later. Okay, talk to you later. Oh, I'll check back later. I don't trust Layla. In the meantime, we check Cherry. So let's go to the RRS. Let's see if he's here. Put on some serious face glasses. Here's the thing I should be thinking about. Let's say in some weird and scary version of the future, someone wants to buy some of the clothes I've made. I know, but hear me out. I need to know what sells, right? And so if I think about that now, I can start to practice whatever that thing is, right? So this is kind of directed at one specific person's heart, but I'd also really like to know if anyone else has thoughts on this. I want to make things that people would someday buy and wear. Girl, fashion is terrible, and you should probably just do like a very niche thing that your fans will always buy, because otherwise you'll be fucked. Sorry, I'm thinking my what. Like, there's a lot of ways to make money off of art and money off of, well, being a tailor specifically. But like, if it is about Harajuku fashion, I feel like you kind of have to settle on a niche, because it's all niche fashion technically. Like, in a way, it's all absolutely niche fashion in its own way. So, just like a tenant auntie. Thank you, my prince. Lol, just joking, but seriously, thanks. See you soon. We'll get it, you're gay! God! Girl, I swear to fucking God. Photoshoot was great. Can't post any photos here. Super secret NDA and stuff. But you know your girl scenario was looking mighty cute. By the way, Steph, thank you for the hot tips. Who's Steph? Oh God. Don't tell me you're doing the like 2004 version of like eating disorder Twitter. Please tell me you're not pulling that shit, girl. Bullies suck. I suppose I wrote about being grateful for friends. You know what I'm not grateful for? Bullies. Okay, let's read these once we're done. I wasn't a good-looking kid. I was fat, shy, and bookish. Basically the opposite of cool. I had friends, but pretty soon they started getting bullied for being friends with me, so they joined in the bullying. When I left for the bathroom, they'd steal my books and put them on top of the jungle gym, so I had to climb up and get them. When the popular kids would yell, "Hey, Mars bars!" and me, they would join in. Mars bar? Like the candy? That's... I'm sorry, but that was very low effort bullying, even for 2004. Where's the... No offense, but like, where's the slurs? Like, teenagers or like children in 2004 were all about the slurs. This is the one thing that I feel is very fake. It was awful having bullies, but then losing my only friends, I couldn't deal with it. I tried to get myself sick by standing out in the cold in a tank top for a really long time. My mom was really worried. We went to a therapist, but it didn't get better. My only saving grace was high school and the internet. I just found out that one of my friends has bullies like that. I mean, to be fair, it's 2004. I don't think the therapists were very good back then. Though I also didn't start doing therapy until 2011, give or take. And even then, the therapy wasn't very good because a lot of therapists just... Look, I'm just saying. The one issue that I always gonna like put my foot down and nobody can convince me otherwise is that bullying as a term, which has been adopted in other languages for the record, like even in Spanish, people use bullying to talk about children like doing the kind of do they do to themselves in like high school and middle school and whatnot. Using bullying like that is just washing your hands of the fact that there's instances of child-on-child abuse. Because that's what it is. Like, what children do to other children's in school sometimes, like this shit, is child-on-child abuse. Because if I, as an adult, went and said this kind of shit to a co-worker in the work that we happen to share, which is the closest equivalent of like teenagers stuck on a room for like, I don't know, 6 hours to learn some shit, I would be called by HR. I would literally have HR on my ass for being a piece of shit and for harassing a coworker. So if an adult gets actual consequences for their actions for that kind of shit, children should get also consequences for their action, because then they grow up to be pieces of shit. Like a lot of adults, especially when I was young, treated bullying as something to wash their hands of, like something that children will get over with. And no, it's not. You have to teach them that it's shit, because they're just gonna be more shit when they grow up. It's not something that you grow out of. It's something that you internalize. That you can get away with being a piece of shit to people who are different. So like bullying is just washing your hands off of child abuse as an adult. Because as an adult, your responsibility is to stop that shit and like teaching those kids to not be pieces of shit, so they don't become more piece of shit when they're adults. And people didn't do that, and they still wash their hands of it. It's child on child abuse. It's not something else. They just don't want to call it that because like child on child abuse, it sounds ridiculous, but like it's a term. It's an actual thing. So like, it's the one thing that nobody can convince me otherwise, because like there's no other reason to not give a shit about the fact that children are just like hurting each other. You just don't want to admit that there's a problem. Like, this is not normal child behavior. This is shit behavior of a person who's gonna grow up internalizing all of that shit and being an asshole. Like, that's how you get children who are racist. It's just like they learn it for their parents, they repeat that shit to other children who are different races, and then they keep internalizing that shit and then never grow up out of it. Because like that's what they learn, and nobody teaches them otherwise. If you don't have the experience of somebody being like, that thing that you're doing is a dick move and you should stop because it makes you a piece of shit, you're always gonna do that kind of shit when you have the chance. Maybe they do it less as adults, because as adults you get more consequences for them, but you probably still think about it. You still have those thoughts. Like, yeah, that kind of shit. Just found out that one of my friends has bullies like that, and it makes me so mad. Why do people do this to each other? If I was there, I'd give her a big hug and then punch her stupid friends in the face. I don't have tried to explain this to her. Just ignore them, either go away, or you gotta stand up more for yourself. But they don't get it. Also, that literally doesn't work. As a person who went through those experiences and both ignored it and just tried to stand for myself, neither option works. Like, one just got me more abuse. The other got me sent to the principal's office because I got into a fight. And then they still annoyed me and were abusive to me. So, yeah, that's just not how it works. They don't get it. Being trapped in a place when you have to confront someone who hurt you every single day. If they did, they never want to go back to that place again. And hearing, oh, get better, or just say something is so stupid and never works. It's almost as if they don't listen. Police will always find a way to hurt you. Police suck. Don't worry, friend. I'll be there for you, even if your other friends won't be. Oh, man. Ipileda. Still out, right? Yeah. Oh. Let's read the terranova I think that's everything, right? Yeah, okay, let's read the terranova post then. Oh boy. Don't ever get me started about like the politics of education. I will be talking for 35 hours. It doesn't help that my parents were both teachers. Okay, Nisran's name, the parish. Hikaru sat on the top of the bell tower in the parish, breathing in. Isra herself had traveled such as he, years away from home. She did this to prove her worth to the gods, that they would bestow the gifts of the gods upon her should she slay 50 of the greatest warriors in Terranova. Obsidian, just the name makes his hair stand on end. He experienced their power firsthand at the auction house in Nova City. He felt connected to them somehow. The vast amount of power Obsidian had at their disposal would soon be his own, and like the hunter consumes the prey, so soon would he consume Obsidian's power. Isaiah had been the 49th. Obsidian would be the final, and then she would awaken, if he didn't die first. Tears were dripping onto the brownstone. He was being honest, he was scared. He wanted to tell Isaiah and Ethan so. He didn't want their journey to end like this, but fear and hesitation had gotten him into his current situation, and this was the only way forward. It wasn't his choice, it was hers. Ah man, classic killing a god at the end of the JRPG moment. Okay, another one. The god of Israel was born of Mount East, and the god of blacksmiths Hermetos. Her purpose was to give birth to new earth gods and goddesses. When she came of childbearing age, she was destined to serve the king of the gods in his palace in the clouds. Until then, she was free to roam the mortal realm. Isra was known for her capricious nature. When she laughed, the mountains rumble in joy. When she was angry, red-hot lava burst from their calderas. She walked barefoot across the earth of her mother and her sisters, the mountain steps, and left rough-hued crystals trailing in her wake. She knew that her freedom would not last for long, and so took advantage of her time as much as she could. She learned how to make weapons from her father. She bestowed gifts of crystal onto traveling mortals. Sometimes she tried to talk to them, but they seemed to not to notice. She was invisible to mortal men. On the mountain, she was never bored, but always alone. One day, she was hiking down Mount East when she spotted her. Thick calves, muscular arms, and tightly coiled hair pulled back in a ponytail. Was she a visiting god? She approached her and waved. No response. Her heart dropped into her stomach. A mortal. Tiny crystal gathered in her palms, and she offered them to the traveler. At least she could give her something for her troubles. To her surprise, the traveler pressed a warm palm against hers and said, "I have heard of the goddess, but never met her grace. Thank you." The next day, she returned to the same spot where she saw the traveler and spotted them erecting a small shrine. It was made with crystals. These were far more than she gave them yesterday. Did she collect this? The next day, there were offerings. The next, people praying. She found herself returning to the shrine day after day, if only to catch a glimpse of her praying. One day, when her head was bowed and the goddess Isra was sitting atop, was sitting atop the shrine watching her, she looked up, and for the first time her eyes met hers. Goddess! She learned that the mortal's name was Leticia, and that most people believe the quartz occur naturally on the mountain. However, Leticia's grandmother had told her stories of a goddess who gave travelers great fortune in the form of crystals, and since she was a child, she had wandered the mountain steps, hoping to catch a glimpse of this benevolent goddess. "Well, you glimpsed me. What now?" Isra asked, grinning and tucking a lock of pale pink hair behind her ear. The What Now was building small shrines around the mountain for travelers to pray for good fortune and safe passage. It was long walks on the mountain ridges. It was stargazing on a cloudless night, pointing out constellations. "I already had one picked out for you," Leticia said, pointing at the sky. "There are too many stars. I can't see," Isra complained, and she nudged closer to her. Here, you see, a woman with long flowing hair walking alone. Her hair is made of quartz. Still can't see it." When Leticia noticed how close they were, she jumped. Sorry, goddess." Marisa put her head on her shoulder and she fell still. "Must be too used to wrathful gods." "I can't be wrathful," Isra joked. But when she noticed her tense up, she laughed. "To anyone who would hurt you." "Why me?" When Isra glanced up at her, the dim glow of the stars flickered in her eyes. With her she was never bored and never alone. The words just fell out of her mouth, "Because you are my beloved," and the two of them fell silent once more. Lesbians. Okay. Team building exercises. Okay. Get that going. Okay. You're still online, right? Like it worried me that you just disappeared like that. Classic experience. Okay. Ethan and Isaiah were walking through the parish courtyard, watching the priests file in orderly lines to their evening sermons. The setting sun descended on the parish, bathing its citizens in warm golden light. I did not expect our paths to cross so soon. It is why I insisted to speak with you. The nature of events in this region has taken a turn for the disconcerting. Oh wait, I forgot to read the actual description. God, I'm dumb. Isaiah mused, snapping Ethan back to reality. Okay. Is that so? Ethan stopped a few feet away from a budding rose bush, admiring its petals. What's been going on? The Order of the Hand is currently taking in refugees from bombings. Obsidian and the council have extended their peace talks. Isaiah tapped his chin. Tensions are high here, though about what I cannot be certain. All I know is that there is no one I would trust less with peace talks than Obsidian. And the last time we spoke, you mentioned dueling Obsidian could start a war, did you not? He pressed. Ethan sighed. As always, Isaiah was excellent at divining what was under the surface, even if he himself could not find the exact words. He was one of the best and worst business partners an assassin could have. Something tells me this is bigger than either of us. Why don't we not pool our resources, so to speak? He knew Isaiah would suggest this. He was that kind of person who was excited to share ideas and collaborate with others. Next, he'd probably suggest one of those Terra Antiquan team building exercises. I mean, team building exercises are fun. You can go camping together and get into dangerous situations that will leave you feeling like your bonds are stronger before you almost died a horrible death. I'm not talking from experience. I can do this alone, he replied. He'd long learned that he could not seek a reaction from the other, but out of force of habit, studied his face anyway. His expression was inscrutable. Instead, Isaiah changed the subject. What about the rumor? He grinned, slapping him on the back. You were right, it was a gourmet dish. The cyberbacon in a go-on motion. Not here, though. Then I know just the place. When Nathan entered Isaiah and Hikaru's room, it was almost as if he stepped through a portal back into Nova City. The room had exploded with junk metal and transistors originating from a single point, a wooden desk that was barely visible from underneath a metal apparatus that housed a pulsing neon blue core. He looked at it once, then did a double take. Is that a crystalline core? Yeah, from behind him. Rumor first, then I'll explain. Ethan raised an eyebrow. It was all a chess game to him, wasn't it? Is this you trying to convince me into putting our resources? He held up his palms and shrugged. Yes, though of course I am interested in the rumor. Ethan took a deep breath. Of all the people to spill his guts to, Isaiah was probably the most trustworthy. The larger this got, the more he started to realize it wasn't a one-man job. I wondered at the back of his mind if his client knew this as well. He never questioned his client's reasoning, though it was mighty suspicious for them to hire an assassin to do an investigative team's job. People die from loose lips, you know. Ethan, I am not suggesting this as a professional contact, it is as a friend. And besides, he pointed to his jaw, I stole an auto-locking mechanism for such secrets as these. He couldn't help but laugh. The deadpan face really sold it. Fine, fine. Over a flask of whiskey, he explained most everything, leaving out some of the details of his clients. As he listened, Isaiah sat on a low stool and idly tinkered with a radio. Ethan spoke of being blown up in his lean-to, then almost being blown up in Erdine, and then again in Nuevo. Finally, he spoke of his recent escapade down to the chasm where he'd gotten more than he bargained for, the father's shipment of bombs and some kind of monster that tore Mary in half. Isaiah was silent for a while. Ethan could tell he was taking his words in. After a long pause, you only Sam might get along. Who? A friend of mine. She escaped the fires in Nuevo. I keep reading it Nuevo and it's Nuevo, and I guess it's because like my brain is like, should we speak that in Spanish or in English? Because it should be pronounced like that in English, but that's definitely not how it's pronounced in Spanish. Ethan recalled a faint whisper, something someone yelled in the street set ablaze and covered in bodies, but he ignored it. Probably didn't matter. Oopsie. Yeah, probably. Maybe we can grab a pint when this blows over. So you're gonna spill the beans about this or what? He gestured to the core, pulsating on his desk. His topic changed work. Ethan noticed that Isaiah's pupil dilated when he mentioned the core. Well, as you know, the crystalline core utilizes a type of cold fusion that the Council has kept under wraps for ages. The potential of its destructive or defensive energy is positively limitless. Isaiah didn't seem like the type to be a supervillain with a laser beam, but people surprise you sometimes. So which one? He asked. I am not positive myself. There are not many other cyborgs who have successfully integrated cores. So there are ones who have tried. Tried being the operative word here, must have failed. So what can I do for you? He asked. Now that I pull you into a political conflict, what's the catch? Isaiah's eyes glinted with mirth. With limited ability, I can work on myself, but I need assistance. Ethan raised his eyebrows. I don't know my little finger from some of these terranovan tech. What makes you think I'd be in any way helpful? Because we're friends. I think you can manage helping me not get blown up. Seeing as I was blown up almost 3 times already, I can't tell if you're being serious or punking me. Ethan stretched out on the chair. Promise you won't destroy us all, as long as you don't cause the next civil war. Deal. He grinned boyishly. He extended his pinky finger. A promise is a promise. No war. Isaiah hooked his finger into Ethan's. No annihilation. The bot leaned back and chuckled. A weight he didn't realize was there rose from his chest as the sun disappeared over the horizon and the shimmering stars, one by one, glinted in the sky. Well, I think that's everything, right? No. We still don't have the end of the month. Effie? Hey? Oh, this is... So sorry. What are you apologizing for? We did it before, and I said I was gonna post it, and didn't post it, and I've just been all over the place lately. But in house, we did a roleplay, right? And I said I posted to Terranova, but I completely forgot. I've been working on this dress for Sandaria. Well, for a brand. You read my blog? Yeah, of course. This, right? Yeah, that one that we read. You could tell I was making a dress. Well, it does say in the post success for the dress. Oh no. Do you think Zendaya will notice? Should I delete it? Don't worry about it. God, you're gay. If she does ask about what I'm doing, please don't tell her about the dress. It's supposed to be a surprise. Okay, I promise. God. What about the Saya Nathan roleplay? Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you came to ask me about in the first place, right? I'm really, really sorry. Could you post it for me? Yeah, I should see it. Don't worry about it. It'll be my pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I promise I'll make it up to you. Next time we go out, I'll buy. What's the next time we're going out? Oh, sounds cool. Right, you don't go to the same school anymore, do you? Alright, I gotta go. Talk to you later, okay? See ya. Don't work yourself too hard, okay? Tool and lace and bows and lace and lace and more lace. Damn, that's a lot of lace. Oh. So, Tourmaline, I had a crazy idea. Oh boy. I love crazy ideas. What's your crazy idea? I really want the battle between Hikaru and Obsidian to be super epic, so I was thinking of someone I could ask to play Obsidian. Wait, really? Who? Well... Lately, Effie's been kinda touch and go, you know? I think she's stressing about the trip. I can't tell her about Effie's surprise. Oh, yeah, just stressed. It's her first time abroad. What about you? Me? I've been abroad once for a summer thing, but traveling with Effie is gonna be a first. I'm looking forward to it. No, I meant... what about you playing Obsidian? Ah, yeah, sure. I got time. Yeah, okay, I have the starting part. Hold on. Oh boy. Thank God that this is not time, that none of this thing is time sensitive, because I would lose my mind. It makes me think of like, what is the name? Sarah's missing? Or, someone was online. I don't remember the name. Lana was online, something like that. And those games that also replicate the chat thing, those are time sensitive. Like, you can't, like, just wait too long and not write anything, and the characters get upset, and I hate that. Just like I can't do it time. I'm delicate. I don't have the ability for that. Also been here for 2 hours. So I might, yeah, let's go into intermission for a bit. We'll continue this roleplay once I'm out of intermission, and in the meantime, I might put some music in the background. I hope that I don't get in trouble, like the VOD doesn't get in trouble. It's not gonna be with lyrics, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Where's the wait, let me change the setup for this. Yeah, this is good. This is a good one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll go get myself some water and I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's take that out. Man, why is the soundtrack for the Somnium Files so good? One of the best choices I did was buying the soundtrack for the Somnium Files. Well, to be fair, I'll be honest, I didn't buy it because I necessarily wanted it. I bought it because buying the Somnium Files Complete Edition, which included the soundtrack, was cheaper than buying it normally for me. So I was like, yeah, okay, you wanna give me all of the DLC and the soundtrack for cheaper for some god awful reason? Sure. You know what? I'll take it. I don't know why you're doing that, but sure. Sure. Anyway, back to role playing. Back to role playing. Okay. Hikaru pressed his ear to the window, straining to hear the conversation within. A figure clad in pitch black armor was talking with an older woman dressed in royal purple robes. The armor shifted as if two were alive. Any progress on the peace talks? Our bishop hasn't made an appearance in weeks. Father Castellano claims that no deal will be signed until Nova City stops the bombings. A sigh. Bunch of paranoids backwater yokels. Burn this place to the ground, and the peace treaty will be as good as signed. We shall continue waiting. We can sort this out once the Archbishop is ready. He turned to leave. Probably dead and rotting in his bed, Obsidian sneer. The door shut. They kicked at the bedside table, splintering into pieces. Mean? Find you, they said under their breath. Ooh, ominous. Got something planned? I had this plot twist in mind. What if Obsidian is a Changeling? What? Like, maybe they can turn into a beast the way Dominic does, if you've been keeping up with Cherry's roleplays. And maybe they're related? Ooh! Oh my gosh, so epic, I love it! I knew asking you to play Obsidian was a good idea. Okay, back to the roleplay! I love teenagers in the early 2000s. They're so stupid, but also... children. Hikaru held his breath. He'd heard from that priest there had been bombings in Ordania. He thought about his home. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, but first... He stepped back and pulled his bow taut, aiming for Obsidian's head. One shot and it would all... One shot and it would all be over. They had the tension of the bowstrings and snapped their head towards the sound. As Hikaru's arrow flew, they ran past it and towards him, the glass shattering into a million pieces before his eyes. A beat. Oh, I know you, Obsidian said, blinking their amber eyes. Up close, they look even colder, crow-like. You're that little brat from the action house. They grabbed his bow. Hey, that's mine! Hikaru yelled. But they didn't relent, so he forced himself through the shattered window and wrestled the bow from them. He knocked an arrow and fired it directly at their head. Wait, knocked? Oh, when you... yeah, no, wait, I know that bird. I had a moment. Knocked. Yeah. They cut the arrow with a calm and graceful motion, their long black hair flowing effortlessly behind them. And here I thought you'd never come back as escaping my blade once. Well... A growing smile spread over their face. I can help you with your death wish. They drew their sword and swung at Hikaru. Of course. Epic anime battle time. They barely missed him, and he backflipped elegantly out of the way. I'm Hikaru, and I'm here for a duel. Obsidian tilted their head. Yeah, I would also tilt my head if someone just came to me and said that. I would be like, what are you talking about? Two men fighting together, equally matched. A duel. Hikaru said emphatically. You know. I know what a duel is, Obsidian said. What makes you think I'm a man or that we are equally matched? No, I won't duel you. They clenched their fists, snapping the arrow easily in half with a dark smile. I'll crush you. You know, the most offensive part of this is this is something I would write. I think that's the offensive part. It's like, you're teenagers in the 2000s, and this is the kind of shit I can write myself right now because I'm terrible. Sorry, I have coffee with me, so I'll become an egg every once in a while. Although, to be fair, I'll give them this. I actually know the person who, well, I know them. They're a mild acquaintance from a Discord server that I happened to mod. I mentioned it the first time. And I believe they're in their 30s too. So maybe it's just the fact that these are is like a 30-year-old. Like I know that it's a team of two people. I don't know if they're the main writer or somebody else writes. The other person is the writer. Um, yeah, I believe it's two people. I don't like. I feel like the situation is like 30-year-old writers writing, role playing as teenagers between the ages of, I would assume, 15 and 18, probably closer to 17 now that I think about it. Well, like, there's this disconnect when you become an adult and you just write in a certain way, and it's like, yeah, I feel like this is not the kind of thing a teenager would write in 2004 unless you were a really good writer. Or pretty decent, because there was a lot of shitty role playing back in the day. I don't want to be an asshole because I too was a shitty role player, so but yeah. Red veins flash across the surface of their arms and surge outward, spraying flecks of electricity across the room. Suddenly, the electricity shot through the sword and they brought it down with a slam, shooting a crack of crimson lightning across the floor. Like, some stuff does sound like something I could see in 2004, and some is a lot more, I don't know, mature. No, I wouldn't say mature. Like, it feels like it's written with a little bit more of experience on your belt as a writer. I guess that's the way that I feel it. Like, sometimes it feels like it's, yeah, no, this is 2004, and then sometimes it's just like, no, I feel like an actual person who with some training did this. Um, Someone relatively well read, at least. I know because I was a shitty role player, so I recognize that. His legs were suddenly 10 times heavier. As his eyes rolled to the side, he saw Obsidian stroll up, a weak smile on their face. Move, move, move! He yelled at his muscles, but they wouldn't budge. Was this it? It couldn't be. Finish him, torture him, and spare him for now. I think that I should be evil and I should torture him. I shall enjoy this. They pointed the sword at his chest, backing Hikaru against the wall. Then they stabbed the blade into his shoulder. Evil. I love being evil. Hikaru let out a yell. The pain was searing hot, and he could feel the pulse of the sword's electric veins vibrate through his body. He tried to reach the hilt of the sword, but failed. Obsidian grabbed Hikaru's bow from his lame arm, examining it like a specimen in a glass jar. You've survived this long. You must either have a strong will or... Obsidian rubbed the sword deeper into Hikaru's shoulder, blood spilling onto the floor. Amazingly dumb luck. Would you like to test it? Maybe if it is dumb luck, a voice whispering in his ear, but he shook it away. No, not really, he muttered through gritted teeth. Give me back my bow. See, and why would I do such a thing? Wink. I'll make you a deal. Call it a test of will. If you can get your bow back from me, I'll let you go. They stepped a few paces back from Hikaru and held out the bow. Hikaru swallowed, glaring at him. Kinda hard to do when I have a sword through my shoulder. Oh, I know. That is why it is a test of will. See, I would write that. I would write a character who says shit like that for funnies. Like, just for funnies. Because I'm a bad person. They were so close, right in front of him, taunting him. Hikaru took one step forward, wincing as the sword slid deeper into his shoulder. Give up, just give it up, run away like you always have. He thought of his tribe, looking at him with disappointed faces. His father, Isaiah, everyone. Everyone who's ever been disappointed in me. Forever. Obsidian slowly smiled. They could see the darkness cloud over Hikaru's eyes. Good. He had started to realize his efforts were futile. No, he remembered back to the night in Nova City when they were covering like corner prey in Isaiah's apartment. I'm stronger than Obsidian, you know? Don't you believe me? I am sorry, Hikaru. He would prove him wrong. Oh god, he's an idiot. I love when characters are stupid. With a guttural yell, he dug his feet into the ground and slowly stepped forward. Each step impaled him further on Obsidian's sword, his shirt soaked with blood as he stumbled forward. Okay, but what kind of sword is it? Like, for it to dig deeper like that? Like, what kind of sword? Like, I'm trying to think of the logistics of this, and I don't know how it would work. Like, you have to do a lot of... Once a sword has penetrated your body, like, it's very difficult to make it go deeper unless you're, like, using a lot of force into it. Because, like, there's a lot of things between one end of the body and the other end of the body. Like, organs, meat, fat, bone, depending on where you're stabbing. Like, it just sounds like the effort here does not match what's happening. Like the logistics don't work, but it's anime battles. His shoes soaked with blood as he stumbled forward and grabbed the bow in one outstretched hand. Obsidian's eyes widened. This boy was crazy, truly in the genuine sense of the word. They let go, and they let the bow go, and for a moment, there was something other than satisfaction or contempt in their eyes. Surprise? No, fear. He pulled the sword out of him and pushed him back against the wall. Oh boy. That's kind of funny. Hikaru crumbled to the ground, holding his shoulder and grinning out a muffled yell. Her eyes dilated for a moment and they inhaled deeply. And here I thought you were simply a human. But no, you have magic in you. Yes. Hikaru froze. How could they? Just by scent alone? I mean, something magical blood, something, maybe? Stephen. When he was young, he used to hear stories about mischievous crow monsters that lived in the woods at night and would eat up naughty elves should they stray too far from home. They said they could take the shape of anything, be it a plant, beast, or human. You're a changeling. You're smarter than you look. They grinned, flashing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Yes, I am a changeling, but like you, I'm so much more than that now. A perfect marriage of magic and monster and machine. Machine! God, I wish I could do the fucking, like, Gabriel voice. But the machine! What a gay guy Gabriel is. Love Ultra Kill. Love that it's extremely queer. Love that it works with this one mod that makes butt plugs work. The butt plug mode. The person who like created that shit, actual fucking insane, and I love them for that. Good for them. I support them in everything that they do. Hikaru screwed his face into a skull. You mean these ears? Every day I wish I had my real ones back. Oh, my dear boy, those are your real ears, but... No, they're not my real... The ones I was born with! Perhaps you do not understand how magic works, Obsidian said, touching the elf's chin. Gay. Magic consumes whatever we feed it. Technology is not just installed in us, it becomes part of us. Consider, Hikaru, you could be even stronger than me if you so choose. If you so chose, rather. Oopsie. I get those confused sometimes. If they were fully integrated with technology, does that mean their red electric veins were actual veins? That's freaky. Hikaru thought back to when he dug his finger in onto Obsidian's armor. It was the only time he'd seen them show any signs of pain. His vision started getting hazier on the edges. He needed to act soon or else he'd pass out. Be like you, I'm not a cyborg, he said dully. I'm an elf. I mean, my nose is itchy. Okay, but you could be but you could be so much more. With a frown, they loosened their grip on Hikaru. How disappointing. Pathetic. That was the chance he needed. God damn it. I've screwed myself by being an anime villain. He wrenched his body from Obsidian's grip and flung himself to the other side of the room. His shoulders and chest burned, but he forced his tired arms to knock another arrow. You underestimate me. I won't stand for that, he panted. As do you. Let me show you the power of technology. Hashtag technology. Obsidian said with a grin. They plunged their broadsword downwards. Yeah, no, you can't do that with a broadsword, like the stabbing thing. Like, broadswords are way too large. I'm sorry. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is not working out here. To me, an adult who's not, I guess, not getting into it as much as the people playing. Oh, Cherry, you came back. Okay. From Hikaru's bow, an arrow flew through, and just as the sword hit the ground, the arrow struck its mark. A channel of crimson blood gushed from Obsidian's armor, cracking with electricity. The sword dimmed and clattered to the floor. Thinking quickly, he took the base of a nearly bookshelf and threw it at Obsidian's open vein. Electricity, mid-water. But she's online. Oh, maybe I have to wait until she talks to me. Okay. Obsidian howled in pain, their body convulsing as the lightning engulfed them. They tried to lift the sword again, but the lightning rendered them paralyzed. Their eyes grew wide and they froze, looking straight into Hikaru's with a mixture of hatred and fear. Hikaru levered his bow again, his silver eyes growing colder by the minute. This was the end. He aimed for their head. Hey, Sandaria. This is how Obsidian dies, right? Oh yes, totally. I don't know how you can use that face with those words. I mean, I said worse things with more adorable faces, but okay. Anyway, before that, I have an interesting idea. Cherry-san, what do you think about bringing Dominic into the mix? Do you think she'd be down for that? Oh yeah, hold up, let me ask her. Hey, Cherry! Sup? I was just roleplaying with Sandaria and thought maybe you'd be interested in piling on. Maybe. It's your favorite. Emotionally scaring your character. Sniff. You know exactly what to say to make my heart pitter-patter, so give me the deets. Okay, so Hikaru's been after Obsidian for a big part of the story, right? Yeah. So he's about to kill them, and I have this blood bunny I'd like to share with you. Say no more. I'm your girl. Okay. Saving that. Continues in the group chat. Hey, I heard you want to emotionally scar Dom. Maybe a little. Here we go then. Wait, I'm trying to there we go. Doors wouldn't open, and Dominic entered holding a tray stacked with dishes. Straight to bother you, Obsidian. I came to bring you your supper. Obsidian gaze flickered over to Dominic, and a dawning realization grew over their face. Their eyes lit up, and their lips bowed into a hopeful smile. Min, is that you? With one shot, the arrow buried itself into Obsidian's neck, spraying blood onto the floor. Dominic's eyes went wide, his legs folded underneath him, and the dishes clattered to the floor. Hikaru sighed loudly and leaned against the bookshelf, breathing heavily. He was covered in blood and sweat. Leave us, priest. I'll finish this, he panted. You'll do no such thing in the house of the Lord? It came out breathless, shaky. He crawled through the ruined plates of food on all fours towards the figure on the floor. Hold on, I get help. No, stay. I look so long for you. So long for you. They smiled a rare smile which faded into a grimace. Dominic used the sleeves of his robe to try and stop the bleeding. He looked at Hikaru. Call someone, they're bleeding out fast. Hikaru continued to lean on the bookshelf and said nothing. He only stared through cold silver eyes. When you were taken from us, I scoured Dania for weeks trying to find you. A chuckle. I thought you might be in Nova City, but then I heard a rumor about a monster in the parish, and I... Dominic's face blanked and his throat went dry. How do you... I'm sorry, I mean... I let myself carried away with... I let myself get carried away with... Obsidian held up their shaking hands, still glowing with electric light. This... I mean, you're my younger sibling. Ah, yes. Time for the dramatic reveal. Dominic buries his head in his hands. I don't understand. I don't have siblings. It's a pity you never got to grow up with us. Obsidian turned their head to the side and coughed, blood specking the floor. Brought to this house of illusion, hidden from us for so long. Wish I had found you sooner. He couldn't fathom having a sibling, for when he was a child, he was told that he was thrown away with no family to speak of. Of course, he had hoped. You have family. I'm dying, but I get to do a whole reading of your past and future because I'm an anime villain. Sorry, I was sneezing. Oh, man, that was a big sneeze that I had. Dominic did his best to give them a serene smile, as he imagined Christ would do. Look, Christ is very cool and all, but something, the church is fucked up. Yes, I have family here with the order. So you, we are all one family under the Lord. Now rest your tired body, you need to save your strength. Oh god, you idiot. Obsidian struggled upright to look the priest in the eyes. No, not like that. You're different from the humans in this place. You have a family like you, like us. Dominic leaned in forward so that Obsidian need not sit up. Like what? Changelings, ask him. He killed me, but also ask him. They gestured to Hikaru. The priest looked over at Hikaru for help or for clarification, for anything that would help him make sense of this. Hikaru shrugged. Magical creatures that can take the shape of others, you know, whatever. Others, Dominic repeated, but he was himself, not a copy of another person. Right? I don't have much time. I've been talking while bleeding for the last 30 minutes. I love that bullshit of like just bleeding out and then telling other people your entire backstory. Very Sanseiya. Very Sanseiya. God, as a person who basically raised themselves on Sanseiya as a child, boy oh boy did those boys have a lot of blood. Like, it's surprising how much they bleed. It's like they have 20 liters of blood inside of them and they just keep going. I don't have much time. Their bodies stretched out on the floor and began to shift, to change from a humanoid figure to a dark feather monster. Dominic knew this monster well. It was the same one he kept hidden for years, the same jaws that bore the scavenger outside of the parish, the same claws that he'd used to climb up the bell tower. Unbeaten, tears began to pour from Dominic's eyes. The same. They were the same as him. I can help you. I can heal you. Obsidian shook their heads slowly, the blood beginning to fill their lungs. Nah. Literally no. They opened one claw. Inside was an electric ruby red ring. Their eyes met his, as if to say, take it. I have so many questions, he whispered. Are we really the same? Why are you calling me mean? Am I... An arrow plunged into Obsidian's forehead. God damn it, Hikaru, not now! Oh snap. Do you have to be an ass about it? God. The light faded from Obsidian's eyes, and the hand that was holding the ring out to him dropped immediately to the floor. The Unovan Consulate's royal guard was dead. Dominic was too shocked to form words. Instead, he stared at the lifeless body, clasping Obsidian's hand in his. Well, Hikaru slowly rose. His body was still twitching from the electric shock as he stumbled over to the steel corpse on the floor and roughly pulled the arrow from their head, just as he'd done with Lysea. Wait, was it Lysea or Lycia? I guess it's Lysea. His eyes were cold and mirthless. Finally! Dropping the arrow to the floor, he took a hunting knife from his boot and began to take his prize, the head. Wait, really? What? What? He was? The priest couldn't speak. He scrambled away from the gory scene, his hands over his mouth. He wanted to scream, but no noise came. That's cool, Hikaru. Yeah, dude. Thanks! That's me. That's me when I write something terrible. Sure, will you be interested in continuing after this roleplay? Oh, I see how it is, kicking me out. You're dead. Okay, let's start a different chat. Away from these prying eyes. Hey! You're so rude. Roger Dodger! Don't worry, I'll upload it to the community. No, don't worry, T. I'll upload it to the community so you can read. I'll let you know when it's up. Okay, don't stay up too late. Thanks for the roleplay. And put away. I guess we're done here, or... Hey! How are you feeling? Yeah, I'm worried about you. Much better, thanks. I think I'm calming down a little now. Really love the group roleplay with you and Scenaria. I knew you like hanging out together. Aww. At first I got the impression she was kind of an airhead, cause you know, she was a flake before, but she's solid. You know. I'm glad you two are getting along. I know you two got off to a rough start before. To be honest, she and I did too. Aww. It's nice having friends who get it, you know? Yeah, I know. Wish I had more friends like you in real life. School would be a lot more fun. Maybe one day the four of us could meet. In real life, you know? You know what, T? Thank you. You took a pretty awful day and turned it into something alright. Ah, Cherry. The worst part is like you don't have to thank me, it's just like what I say all the time. You don't have to thank me. I'm just glad you went along with my devious plotting. Call me next time you have another one. Always down for devious plotting. Love to chat more. But my mom's home, so it's time for me to close my chats and study for my test. Ooh, have fun studying. Quote unquote. Okay, but what are you actually doing? I have my notes in one hand and my yaoi manga in the other. I'm studying. Okay, shoo shoo before your mom sees this. Good night. Nothing to see here. And this is... well, I guess it's fine if I close it. That was a lot of fun. Let's do it again soon. Oh, and she's out. Later, and Effie hasn't been around. Let's see. What? Oh, that was weird. Let's... I can't post a new post there, and I can't here either. Yes, that's everything. Yeah, we can end the month. Yes. Time for June! June 19th. Okay, new RRS. Let's check what's see here. I mess with this dress. Let's see, let's open the chat. If it's not gonna mean it. Okay, we'll deal with you later. Jerry's online. Secondary. Okay, immediately, huh? Let me check this. He just chatted me about posting a roleplay I forgot, and I might have forgot about it a little. I completely forgot, okay? This is bad. I was supposed to be the reliable friend, right? Now I gonna mess that up. This stress has been taking up my waking, sleeping entire life. If I can't sleep, I can't sleep if I have a stage wrong. I'll be doing something, anything, and then bam, inspiration strike me, and I can't think of anything else. See, I'm trying to talk about tourmaline, and it's still about the dress. This is so frustrating. I want this thing to be done, but I also want it to be perfect. How do I do both? Juneteenth drama. So yesterday we dropped south to have a barbecue with my fam. By that I mean everyone. Uncles, aunties, cousins from that town. So you know the whole y'all don't know about brisket thing. Today was starting out great, you know. Auntie S, who gave me birthday money towards my new sewing machine, and I were talking about cosplay. I think her husband got to cons. Anyway, I decided to show her my bro and I super secret cosplay. I'm still trying to figure out how to make a certain character's green dress. But here's the part where it got weird, because then she was like, hold on, Auntie B sued her daughter's wedding dress and calls B in. She takes one look at the picture, doesn't even answer the question, and says, "Care, you still into that white people stuff?" Me, they're Japanese, Auntie B. Alright, step up B. She just wants advice. Well, I'll tell you what. Oh, I got advice, alright, just not on the dress. Oh, you're black, alright. Well, I didn't assume. Well, I should have assumed by the, not the download, so the wallpaper. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're black. Oh, that explains that. Oh, we're gonna deal with, some racism, don't we? All my anime friends are white. Everybody I'll talk to online assumes I'm white. I'm sorry that I assumed you were white. I shouldn't have. I guess I'm just used to it. I cosplayed Hinoto and someone came up to me and was like, "You can do that, she's white." Oh god, the cosplaying discourse. Oh no, I hate that. White people act like they own all these characters, but then my family being out, stop trying to be white, and I'm like, how do I even please you people? I just want to make my own convention and invite all the cool people, and anytime someone said you can't do that or you can't like that, I'm gonna kick them out. And I'll show the other black kids they can like whatever they want. It's my convention. Man, remember when cosplay, remember when cosplay, discourse was very popular? I remember, and I hate it. The whole, oh, fat people can't cosplay characters that aren't fat, black people can't cosplay characters that aren't black, and I'm just like, oh. You guys realize that most of the characters you're talking about are Japanese, right? And most of us aren't. Like, I'm sorry, but I know that I don't look like fucking Ryoji what was his last name? Well, I do have a cosplay of Jun Kuruso. I know that I don't look like Jun Kuruso. I know. That's not the point. I'm not doing it to, well, I'm doing it to look like him, but also I know that I'm not gonna look like him. I'm not a twink. Have you ever had someone that you just want to impress? Like, who cares about what other people think, but if this person thinks I'm cool, I'm good, I'm set. Parents are whatever, brother whatever, but hair. Showed Effie a photo of this dress. Oh, that's a very pretty Lolita dress. Very, very 2004 though. And she started screaming, and then I started screaming because it was like, yes, she gets it. I live in a teen kind of an apartment. I've been saving money to show a feral smile the best time in Japan ever, in the history of human history. Okay, so my apartment is kind of crappy, but can you imagine her face when she sees this dress in person? It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna work hard to impress you, Effie. God, you're gay! Can you just be, like, honest about it? Oh god, yeah, in this order. 2 liters of Pocari Sweat, Calorie Matter. Oh, Calorie Mate. I'm guessing Calorie Mate. Lots of green tea, dark chocolate square. Do you know that when you drink lots of tea, you're less hungry? Yeah, you can also do it with coffee. It's disorder eating slash an eating disorder, girl. Like, this is bad. 370 calories. Like, girl, please. Like, please. Jesus Christ. God, I hate that shit. And the last one from Cherry, and then we'll do all of the, All the terranova stuff. For special someone, you know who you are, dick face. Damn. Boy, no me jodas. Oh god. Really? What did he do? You keep texting me like I have to message you back just because we had one date and you got handsy. You think I'm your... And you got handsy, you think I'm your property. Ooh. No. If you don't stop calling me, I'll sick my family on you and they will tear you apart. If you think my dad's scary, wait until you meet my mom. She's gonna rip out your insides and pickle them. Get the message. Stop texting me. Thanks, Cherry. Oh, girl. See, you're very gay and this was a mistake. Yeah. Oh boy, we're gonna deal with that, huh? Okay. Oh boy, do you know how many calories are in a crepe? No idea. Wait, why? What are you doing? Put in a crepe, then eat it? But I need to be at least 5 kilograms lighter for the next shoot. Dang these flabby arms. Sandaria, are you talking about this? Yeah, which is extremely unhealthy. Oh, you're in my blog? Was that all you ate for the whole day? Yep. Oh boy, the eating disorder. I don't know if that's a good thing. Are you feeling stressed out? Well, yeah. I mean, modeling is kinda stressful. And making enough money for rent is really stressful. Did you know that if you eat less food, you save more money? I think you have a problem. My problem is my parents. They're controlling. They pay my rent now, yeah. But they're gonna cut me off soon. Wait, whoa, wait. I had no idea about all of that. I mean, we did because we read the thing. So, you know, I'm from California. I'm studying abroad here for my last year of high school. But right after that, my parents want me to come home, live a normal life, but that's not me. So you're going to live on your own in Japan when you graduate. That's the plan, Stan. Is it still okay for Effie and I to come visit you? If you're trying to save money, we don't want to make you eat out. No, 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 no. I insist. Okay. Hey, Sandaria. Yes? Eat the crab. You bought it already, so you should eat it. Don't waste your hard-earned money. Too late! I threw it in the... No! Can't give in to my demons. I had like 2 bites though. Sandaria, you literally have an eating disorder, girl. I gotta go, but I'm so excited to have Effie. And you, come visit me in Japan. That's for now. Wait, we really need to talk about your eating disorder. Effie, can we talk... Like, Effie... Can we talk about Sandaria's eating disorder, please? Toodles? Hunger meets self-control. Oh no, yeah, definitely. Hi, sorry for the radio silence. Is it the dress? Pizza crap to me then. I mean, I feel that, but also this girl literally has an eating disorder at 18. Like, there's bigger problems than just throwing the crap, I feel. It's an all-consuming abyss. Don't get me wrong, I can't wait to see her face when she sees it. It's gonna be amazing. It's just my workshop looks like tool hell right now. Speaking of Sandaria... Did you know she's not eating? I had a funny chat with her about a crepe today. Oh, she loves us. What kind? Oh, I didn't ask. Come on, girl. You should have... Probably strawberry cheesecake. Yeah. God, now I feel bad. I should have chosen the other option. Hey, have you talked to Sandra? Like, is she doing okay? In general? Yeah. I know she's been fighting with her parents lately. They want her to take on the family business when she gets back. But she's doing so well with her modeling now, she's paying her own rent. She told me she's practically rolling in cash. That's not what she told me. She told me her parents are gonna cut her off financially and she's making rent by not eating. You've seen her blogs, right? Wait, what? Yeah, girl, she has an eating disorder. Oh, that. It's just some fat thing she's doing. Food blogging or something. She mentioned her model friends are into it. I mean, you know her better than me. Yeah, but I don't you're sweet to worry, but I'm sure it's fine, T. If there was something wrong, she'd tell me about it. No, she has a literal eating disorder. She literally has an eating disorder. She's not gonna come out and say that because she doesn't fucking know that she has an eating disorder. Jesus Christ. See? Playing this as an adult is terrible because I'm just like, no, you need to get to a therapist right now and we need to feed you like a motherfucker. Well, no, that's not necessarily a solution. Depending on how far you are into an eating disorder. Like, we need to get you to a cleaning. Like, girl, please. I doubt it. Yeah, this is not a situation that... What do you mean by that? I mean, she's overly positive all the time, so how would you know if she was in trouble? Are you suggesting she's lying to me? No, nothing like that. Never mind. Hey, can I ask you something else? Sure, you're a really good friend. When a friend is feeling bad, what do you say to make them feel better? Did something happen? I don't know if it's a big deal or not. Maybe I'm being overly sensitive. My mom told me once that even though we only have one mouth, we use that more than our own 2 ears. So, like, sometimes it's enough to listen. If it's a problem they don't know they have. Like if a friend of yours had a spider on their arm and they didn't notice. Oh yeah, that's a good metaphor. I'd befriend the spider, of course. I am a god after all. Haha, very funny. In all seriousness, I don't know. Sometimes I think I miss that kind of stuff. Yeah, it shows! Like, I just realized that even though you and I started terranova, it's only been Mina, Sandaria, or you and Cherry. You talk about her a lot. Do I? I'm sorry, Effie. I'm gonna make it all up in Japan. Yeah, I am so freaking excited. Oh, this is so happy. But also the eating disorder. My eyes are going to vibrate out of their eye holes. Oh, like a rat. Rats do that when they're happy. Like you can, there's videos of rats like when they're happy, their eyes just vibrate in their eye sockets like that. They just pop in and out a little bit. It's kind of cute. Me now, future me. Thanks for the advice, Effie. I mean it. I'm lucky to have you as a friend. I don't know if I did that much, but glump, hug. Can I do that in person tomorrow? Don't care who sees. Oh. It's a promise. See you tomorrow. Oh boy, Effie, we have a problem. See you tomorrow. We're gonna have a problem with that, huh? Did I send you about Alonso? Who? He's part of my school friends and he asked me out, so we're dating now, I guess. Ah, yes, the indifference of a woman who is clearly gay and not interested in the man who just asked her out on a date. Congrats! Since when? Since like a week or two ago? Sorry, I haven't been online recently. We've been hanging out a lot. It's cool, no problem. Yeah, it turns out boys tease you when they like you. No? Not really. Well, depends. I'm more likely to tease once we're dating than when we're not dating, because teasing when you're dating is funnier. It turns out it was just a joke. It's just like when you're not dating and you start teasing, you might run into the situation like they get upset and there's no way for you to make it up. When you're tease them and you're dating, it's like, oh, okay, you don't like that, I'll stop. Like it's easier to read when you're standing when you're dating, and when it comes to teasing, I always felt like the boundaries are kind of different in that respect. So I remember you being really upset. I don't know, I was probably being dramatic. Yeah, wait, he's the friend who stole your sketchbook last month? Yeah, but he did it as a joke. He explained the whole thing to me. Girl, that's still bullshit. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a jerk. Don't date people who don't take your ideas seriously. And what are your credentials? How many people have you dated? I haven't found someone yet. Uh-huh. And just how are you qualified to give me life advice? Why can't you just be happy for me? I am, but you deserve better than this. You know what? Never mind. Congratulations. No, you should have said that. Tourmaline! Tourmaline, get some fucking balls! Thanks, we're going to a sushi restaurant tonight. What's your fave sushi tea? Oh man. I mean, I love California roll. Like, tuna is fine, but if I had to choose, I guess squid. Let's grab some squid. Squid, I know it's an odd choice. No, squid is great. That's my fave too. Twins! Aw. I didn't even know. Oh, she just said to me. Gotta go. Be careful, okay? Okay, I will. Thanks. Care for your... Oh. Girl. Oh boy. Hey, have fun out there. See you tonight. Well, I guess we'll talk to her later. Let's post on our own journal. Or I want to roleplay with Cherry. Oh, okay. I guess we can read the other entries in Terranova then. I guess we're not gonna do that. That was fast. Did something happen? Cherry. Let me guess, I was right. Cherry? You okay? You were right, Dee. How could I be so stupid? I'm not okay. Where are you right now? Home alone. Parents won't be back for a while. I thought we were going on a date. Uh-huh. What happened? But when I got in his car, he said plans had changed. He told me I was different than the other girls. Cooler. Then he put his hand on my leg. And I said I look nice. Oh my god, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, of course, yeah. I told him I just wanted to go to dinner. We argued for a bit. But then he opened the car door and was like, then go home, I'm not taking you. So I walked back. Are you safe? Check the locks. Oh, yeah, good idea. Hold on. Like, this is literally me. It's just like, are you okay? Like, is there anything I can do? Like, this is literally just me having a panic attack over, like, oh god, what happened to you? Oh, bad memories of 2000 and early 2000s. Like, really bad memories. Done. All doors are locked. Alright. Boy. Somehow that made me feel more relieved. Do you want to talk more about it? Mostly I feel stupid. For letting myself think that he'd want anything more than that. All boys are like that. I'm not stupid at all. If anything, he's a stupid one. You want me? You can say I told you so, Cherry. Well, I'm not going to say I told you so. He's shitty and those phrases who stole your schedule are shitty. You're not wrong for trusting him. You're smart and kind and talented. And if he can't see that, he's wrong, not you. Damn, girl! Can you lay it thicker that you have a crush on this one? Like, the layers of, like, yeah, you have a crush on Cherry are very bad. Like this is very thick. This is so thick, my dude. Dang, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to say it more often. Aw. You're super smart and kind and talented. Oh my god, stop. You're making me blush. Jesus Christ, girls. I'm probably not gonna go to sleep for a while. Wanna roleplay? Heck yeah. I'll start. Okay. And everyone else is out. While you write. This is the one from last... Yeah, this is the one for last time. And... this is the next one for us to read. Just to let that already open. Not this, but I'm going to start right after this scene, I think, which is... Oh, I haven't read that one, but no, like, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, go. I'm trying to go back. Jesus. I'll read it in a second. Wait, no. Yeah, no. Technically, is this one and the next one, because this is the last scene. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, this is also the other thing that we wait. Let me check. Yeah, yeah, this is that, and this is different. Like, it's not the same. Okay. We were left like this, like around here, before we changed roleplay. So we might as well read it before we start the next one. Yeah, this was the last section of the one we did with Tourmaline present. The priest couldn't speak. He scrambled away from the gory scene, his hands over his mouth. He wanted to scream, but no noise came. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He pictured Hikaru the first time they meet, cheerfully sipping tea across from him in the parish dormitory, him grabbing at Ethan while Isaiah picked him up by the cloak, chuckling. How could he have gotten this so wrong? Mean you're my younger sibling. How could he have gotten all of this so wrong? He squeezed his eyes shut. The only sound in the room was the sickening grind of steel against sinew. I wouldn't know how to pronounce that, actually. He believed obsidian. He was no stranger to death. He had assisted deathbed confessionals before and had heard the most awful of truth from the tips of very nearly departed. But if it was true that he had a family, and it was true that he was a changeling, then... The knife hit bone. Dominic's head snapped up. He willed himself to look at the grisly scene in front of him. You killed them. His words felt heavy, numb, as if he'd been drugged. Hikaru said nothing. He continued to saw away at the bone. Obsidian, his sibling. You killed them, my... He couldn't say the word. Why? How far would you go to right or wrong? It was with dawning realization that Dominic understood a fraction what Hikaru's inner monster looked like. The elf turned towards him, his eyes cold and unwavering, like a hunter stalking down his prey. Dominic had seen the same look before in his own reflection, blood dripping down his chin after he devoured the scavenger. Will you sacrifice your body, father? Your soul? The eyes studied him, unblinking. God looks different to you and me, but I assure you, we're more alike than you think. A shudder ripped down Dominic's spine. If what you're asking is, would I kill another person to right a wrong, then no, murder is an unforgivable sin. Sacrifice is what prevents more suffering. You can't make that call, Dominic replied. He swallowed the rising bile in his throat. Only God. That won't be a problem then. With a snap, Obsidian's head was separated from their body. Dominic had to stop himself from vomiting. Just moments ago, they were a living, breathing person, but now they looked just like him. Their head in Hikaru's hands. Fear crawled its way up the base of his skull. Hikaru was dangerous like this. He needed to get help. To tell Ethan or Isaiah. He said sacrifice is what prevents more suffering. Isaiah can perfectly agree with you. He said. Hikaru glanced to the side. He'll understand. His tone betrayed doubt. He has to. Or what, you'll murder him too? Sorry, father, I gotta go. Don't drag him into this. Dominic grabbed Hikaru's shoulder, and the next thing he knew, he saw stars. He awoke in a puddle of his own vomit, stretched out beside the serpentine corpse of Obsidian. The room smelled like blood, his head was throbbing. Hikaru was nowhere to be seen. Taking a look at the body again was like looking at a toy with his head pulled off. Sad and broken and not real. His eyes drifted to the ring that rested in Obsidian's claws. It was black, inset with a glowing red ruby blood caked in the size of the stone. He remembered the way Obsidian's eyes looked when they offered him the ring. When he touched their palm, it was cold and stiff. He jumped, a chill rippling through his body, and he closed his fingers around the ring nonetheless. He couldn't save them. He couldn't heal them. We could help them fulfill their wish. He could find someone for whom this ring was important, give it back to them, tell their story. He wondered if he found that someone, would they be family to? Obsidian had said the word us. Did that mean that he had other siblings? How many others were there? Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping on the door. Obsidian, sir, your presence is requested in the High Priest's chambers. His body snapped tight like an electric wire. What did Father Castiliano have to say to Obsidian? Worse, if he didn't respond, they'd open the door and find him, covered in vomit next to a headless corpse. Magical creatures that can take the shape of others, perhaps not shape alone. His hands trembled as he pressed them together in prayer. He thought about how Obsidian sounded, and a voice neither male nor female, rough, steady, stable. With tears in his eyes, he spoke what he thought Obsidian might say. I'll be there shortly. From his lips came a voice that wasn't his own. Just practicing my form. Of course, sorry for worrying you. Necromancy. More confirmation that Obsidian was right. He wasn't a monster. He was a changeling. There was no time to cry or scream or fall apart, no matter how much he wanted to. He slowly rose as if drawn by puppet strings and searched the closets. With shaking hands, he changed his clothes, stuffing his filthy robes deep into the linens. He was so tired. He climbed through the shattered window to the outside. Fresh air. Under the cover of darkness, he stole away like a common criminal. He ached to be sitting next to Ethan, sharing some apricot jam and fresh baked bread. Man. Anyway, time for the chat. Nice title, hehe. Okay. I thought Ephemeral will appreciate. How far would you go to right or wrong, father? I'm hearing thunder. Which is weird because it stopped raining for a bit. Dominic's world was slowly falling apart piece by piece. First Hikaru, then himself. Obsidian body was discovered a few hours after Hikaru escaped the scene of the crime. The parish was in disarray, and the new Novan consulate had declared an ultimatum for the Order of the Hand to present the killer to them by the end of the week, or they would send in their troops. Killing a high-ranking officer was an act of war. Since then, the Order was under strict curfew. All clergy must go straight to their quarters after supper. Dominic knew this, and yet here he was boiling a kettle for tea. For him. He needed someone to talk to. There were too many secrets inside him, and they were in danger of spilling out in the form of a feathered black monster. He knocked on Ethan's door, tray in one hand. Ethan opened the door. He was shirtless, holding a cleaning rag for what? And he looked bemused. Breaking curfew for me? You shouldn't have. Oh, fun. That's how the sex starts. I mean, what? Yes. I thought you'd be hungry, he laughed nervously, turning away to set the tray on the bed. Why was it that when he saw him, he became so... He thought back to the hot spring. It seemed like an eternity ago. Sorry to bother you. He turned towards the door. He then put a hand out, blocking him before he could escape. Just wait until patrol is over. It'll be easier. He has a point. Oh god, my nose. Itchy. Yes, of course. I'll do my best to entertain. Right. God, my nose is itching so much. And I'm just like, yeah, entertain, alright. The man was too sweet. Thanks for the food. He tried to make it sound casual, but not too casual. He was being too casual? Maybe he was being too casual. He offered to make a cup of tea before laying into the leftovers he brought him. Egg soaked toast, potato soup, and nice pudding. Heavenly. Oh man, I could go for some pudding. Dominic nodded. An awkward silence hung over them both. He tried to make small talk. Father Castiliano says that the order might, if it comes to it, we might go to war. I'm worried. That wasn't all that at all small. It must be hard for him to fathom. He almost never left the walls of the parish, so of course he'd be worried. But in this apocalyptic hellscape, that followed everyone, whether they were aware of it or not. That might happen. Nova City and the Order haven't been too kind with each other. But you look like you have something else to say. Yes. Dominic's fingers grip his robe tight. He told him say he wouldn't cry. Ethan, the person who killed Obsidian. I know who they are. But who? Wizard, I need information. He told himself, but it was all too much. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. I saw everything. Hikaru, an arrow, right through the forehead. Hikaru killed Obsidian? He didn't know he had it in him, but then again, he'd seen the kid cut and clean a few wild animals himself at camp. So it was another thing to do that to a human. Why'd he do that? He took their head, Ethan. He said with a shudder, then fell quiet. I'm sorry. He wiped his nose on the back of his hand. He said something about sacrifice preventing more suffering. Ethan's normally friendly face fell into one of dark contemplation. That sounded like something a political dissident would say. Perhaps someone with an axe to grind and with the Terranovan government. Perhaps a bomber. When he picked up his eye on Hikaru and cinders, the elf had been nervous. What the fuck? Alonso's messaging me. Are you okay? Well, he's not at my house at least. Got a load of this. You're gonna copy paste this? Lordsmage 64. Of course he has a kind of name. I need to talk to you now. It's important. Is your house on fire or something? You can wait like a few days. No, but it just feels like I've died. I'm really sorry the way I act. I think I love you. Wait, is he for real? You have been dating for 2 weeks, right? I don't think that's normal. Yeah, me neither. Unless you're like me and develop deep attachment to people really fast. I mean, it happens in fanfic, but not in real life. Oh, I know. I'm just gonna ignore him. Okay. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's necessarily bad that he's saying that, but also, you don't respect the woman's boundaries, and then you're like, no, come back, I love you. And it's like, no, bitch, you're just being a manipulative jerk. Like, that's being manipulative. If you were like, I'm sorry that I broke your boundaries, I love you, please, let's talk about it, that's a different story, I feel. Like, a lot of it is just like, if you don't know a boundary is there and you break it, and the other person tells you that there's a boundary there, then you learn a lesson, you can all talk about it, and you respect, the boundary, and everything is fine. If you break a boundary and you're told that you're breaking a boundary and you just insist, you're a douchebag, which is different. He glanced over at Etta. He needed to investigate Dom's claim, but if Dom was right, Isaiah would not be happy. No civil war, he'd promised. One of them wasn't going to keep his end of the bargain. Oopsie. Man, what a dick though. I trusted him. I let him into the parish with those weapons, he trailed off, his voice waterlogged. I'm responsible for their death. The last thing he'd wanted was for him to get pulled into this mess. He couldn't have known. I was the one who told them about Obsidian being in the parish. He stopped short. That they could seek rest at the parish. I didn't realize the kid had a death wish. Liar. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Better. Damn. The layers. We're layering in here. He didn't know how to tell Ethan the rest of it. Obsidian's violent confession, his realization and validation that yes, who he thought he was for all these years was wrong. He thought he was human. He was a human who was cursed to live his life as a monster, but he was a monster who was cursed to live their life as a human. I'm being for real. Come on, babe. We can still go out for sushi. What do you say? Yeah, just block him. Like, literally just block him. Jesus Christ. I wish. Remember when I said he was part of my friends group at school? I'm gonna see him on Monday anyway. You have to deal with this jerk at school too. Mao down, remember? God. Still kinda want that sushi though. I'll ask my dad if he wants to go get some with me tomorrow. Aww. Never mind. I'd rather hang out with you. Gay! God. Girls, please. If Dominic had witnessed Obsidian's death, he'd be a suspect in the murder. He wasn't sure how trials worked in Ordania, but he'd heard they were done by fire. Oh, fun. Crap. He was never good at this comforting business. Hey, Dominic? Ethan? He put his hand on Dom's shoulder. I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to you. You know that, right? The warm comfort of his strong hand on his shoulder made him well up again. He lightly touched it. No secrets? Not like Hikaru's, at least. He chuckled. When he caught Dominic staring at him endlessly with those eyes, he swallowed. Lying to him was harder than he thought. You know, now that I think about it, the entire thing about, like, oh yeah, you're, like, I know that it's probably just the gay allegory in there, like the whole, monster who is forced to live as a human slash human who is forced to live as a monster. But it could be a trans thing too. Like, one of them is gonna end up trans. I know one of them is gonna end up trans. That's just how it is. It's like that. Like, if you have a group of friends who used to do role playing in like the early 2000s, chances are all of you are gonna be queer in some way. It's weird that you don't have everyone be queer. I guess there can always be one person who comes out and it's just like cishet, but usually it's like you turn out to be trans, you turn out to be gay, you turn out to be bisexual, like everyone. Everyone is fucking queer. Sorry, no secrets. His grip on Ethan's tightened, and he pressed his hand to his cheek, sniffling against his palm. The intriguing man had turned into a confidant. It was comforting. He let Dominic take his hand. As the sniffing subsided, he glanced towards the door nervously. What should he do? Keep it there? He coughed. Patrol's probably over. Totally. Dominic didn't let go. Not entirely, at least. His eyes were red and bleary. Ethan swallowed. Why about people with that face? They both spoke at the same time. Ethan, can I stay? I don't want to be alone tonight. Oh ho 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 ho. Oh ho ho. Ho ho. Ho ho. Ho ho. He didn't respond. Just gathered some blankets and dumped them on the floor. What are you doing? Making my bed. You're not sleeping on my floor. He thought back to his conversation with Isaiah. Yes, he would keep this professional. Strictly professional. He didn't expect him to actually say yes. You're too kind. Please. Damn. Come on. This is gonna be like 2 seconds away from cybering, I feel. He caught himself staring at Ethan's shoulders as he smoothed out the blankets on the floor. The sinewy muscles moved smoothly like a well-oiled machine. He blushed. I'll get the lights. He rose and snuffed out the light on the bedside table. However, Dom had turned off the lights too soon, and Ethan found himself suddenly pitched into darkness. He reached out and ended up brushing his fingertips over the other's chest. He felt a ripple of electricity and chuckled. Ah, my bad, just trying to find the tray. He wanted to grab him and press him against the floor. Damn. Sorry. Gay! Dominic's heart fluttered as they touched. He swallowed hard. His emotions were already running high, and this was a not unwelcome but confusing addition. What would a man of God do in this situation? What would a changeling do? He sat down on the bed, his head spinning. I'm just gonna, Ethan said breathlessly. There was a clinking sound as he moved the tray to the floor, kneeling on the pile of blankets. There you go. Totally. His head buzzed with anticipation and confusion. The urge to let loose was strong, but so was the feeling that he should say no. The angel and the demon. But the question on his mind at that moment was not which one should give into, but which was which. He caught a glimpse of Ethan's silhouette bathed in the pale glow of the moonlight. He was kneeling in front of him, his head downturned, almost as if in prayer. Ah, yes, the religious vibes added to the sex. Classic. Ethan had the misfortune of looking up in that very moment. When his eyes caught Dominic's, his heart stopped. Glowing a bright blue in the moonlight, he looked like an angel with tear-stained cheeks. Okay, fine, just kiss him, Jesus Christ. He leaned on it to kiss him. Be professional. God fucking damn it, my dude. I put you to say you should kiss him. Motherfucker. He busied himself with rolling up blanket and with rolling up a blanket and sinking down onto it. He was so glad the room was dark. Night, I totally didn't try to kiss you. He cursed his hesitation. Good night. He sunk into the bed, flopping into the sheets that smelled overwhelmingly like him. He stared up at the ceiling. If all of this was meant to happen, then certainly this too. He glanced over at the outline of Ethan's back on the floor. Hey, Ethan? Yeah? You know there's only one bed, right? You can come into the bed with me. Right? There's only one bed. There's only one bed, you know? Right? Come on. It's a classic trope, my dude! Why are you not fucking? Oh! He dropped his arm from the side of the bed. Do you remember the hot spring that one time? The hot spring episode? That was really nice. Ethan turned to face him. Yeah. His voice was warm. One touch wouldn't hurt. Yeah, that's what he said before they fucked. He slid his finger into Dominic's hand, just as they had at the hot spring. Okay, now fuck. When Ethan's hand was in his, he pulled his palm up from the floor to rest on his own warm cheek again. He smiled at him, soft and tired. Thank you. Kiss him, Jesus Christ! He couldn't stand it. No, wait, no! You thought you were gonna grab him, you piece of shit! Tourmaline, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Oh, no, thank you. He said lamely, trying to figure out anywhere else he could look but into Dominic's eyes. You saved my life and my arm. You're a really good friend. God, I'm going to kill them both. Oh. Dominic swallowed a lump in his throat. There had to be another word than friends for what he was feeling. He stared searchingly into his eyes, his heart pouring in his chest. Friends, yes, this is what friends do, he asked, wondering aloud. Just kiss him already. Jesus Christ, thank you, narration. Finally. Oh. The narration was killing me. No. He couldn't stand it. Screw being professional. That's for suckers. He placed his hands on either side of Dominic's face, staring up at him. His voice was low and breathy. You say no, I let you go and we don't talk about this. Ah, yes, classic. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop, but otherwise, I'm not gonna stop. Dominic said nothing. Ethan's hands on his face toppled his resolve in one soft-like motion. He grabbed Ethan's face and crushed his lips to his. Finally! God! That took like 1,000 years. Jesus. That was answer enough, at least for now. Dominic slowly sunk to the floor, sitting on top of him as Ethan pressed eager kisses to his lips. When he got to his ear, he whispered, I can't stand it. You've been stuck in my head for days. Thinking about all the things I wanted to do to you. Damn. Ugh, hot. Winky face. Are we gonna do the entire sex scene? Do I have to read the sex scene? This is an actual question that me, the person reading this, is currently, like, asking. Do I have to... Is there gonna be a sex scene that I have to read? Because I'm gonna laugh my ass off the entire time. I'm sorry. I can't read the smut without laughing. Like out loud. I have issues with that. That's gonna be funny if it happens. I'm warning. I will laugh if we get to a full sex scene and I have to read it out loud. The priest's arms buckled as the man pulled him closer, his whole body trembling, becoming weak at the sound of those words. You've been stuck in my head too, Dominic thought, but couldn't bring himself to say it. So, Cherry. Yes, so it's late. Yeah? You say your parents aren't around, right? Yup, it's just me. Oh my god, okay, let's do it. Do you want to maybe try some sexy roleplay? Like, crap, I sent it before. I sent it too soon. Sorry, I know that you just went through some bad stuff. I thought maybe it'd make you feel better, more like you're in control of what happens here. Ah, yes, that is true, but also. Let's do it. Wait, really? Unless you don't want to. Look, girl, this is the closest you're gonna get to severing until you actually deal with your emotional bullshit. So, yeah, totally. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Then by all means, take it away. Oh, she's gonna have problem writing it too. This is gonna be hilarious. One hand tangled itself into his blonde hair, while the other sneaked up its way up his side underneath his priest clothes? Cassock. Thanks. You could hear Dominic's soft panting in his ear, and his skin prickle with goosebumps. He pulled his lips to his again and kissed him deeply. Oh my god. Yeah, this is so 2004. Dominic took a long, deep breath and he severed the kiss. He tasted like cigarettes and licorice. Really? What is this, a megaverse? Oh then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray, grant thou, let's faith turn to despair. Whether this was God's will or not didn't matter anymore. It was his will. He could feel his body untense and unfurl itself against him. It made his choice. Bruh, I know, right? I feel better about my smooth writing right now. I feel so much better about my porn writing right now. You don't even know. Hooking his leg and an arm around him, around his, their lips still entwined. He used his body weight to flip their positions. Him on top and Dominic on bottom. Yeah, sounds about right. He sat squarely on his hips, pinning him to the floor. He'd given him the option to escape, but no, he wanted to be concealed. Yeah, no, this is very 2004. His hands slid out from underneath his vestment to unbutton them, sliding the starched white collar to the side. His lips soon followed, down to Dominic's collarbone. How? Yeah, no, that's a little, like, I would have used italics for that, not bold. Dominic gasped at the sudden reversal. He arched his back. Ah, please more. Sorry, I can't take this seriously. He found his mouth forming the words without his consciousness realizing what he was saying. He started squirming his way out of his raiments, meeting Ethan's fingertips. God, it's hilarious. How easily he came to life under his fingers. With each passing button he undid, dark and quivering flesh was exposed to his eager lips. When he heard Dominic's request, he sat back on his haunches, a mischievous grin flickering across his face. I'm so sorry. There's curfew, you know. We wouldn't want anyone to find out. Yeah, you have to keep quiet. Classic. He fished into his robes and grabbed a piece of fabric on a cloth rope wrapped across his neck. His scapular. His promise of piety and chastity. I'm sorry, I'm going to make this hard for you. Damn. Okay, thanks. Whatever you say. That's what she said. With a smirk, Ethan pulled the priest's waistband down and buried his face between his legs. Really? That's how you're gonna write it? He pressed his lips to the cloth to prevent himself from crying louder. Ethan! He gasped. Sorry, I just can't take it seriously. His pulse quickened underneath Ethan's skilled mouth. Okay. His lip... Sorry, just got it immediately. This is great, but also it's losing my mind. His lip brought the blonde to a height he'd never known before. He felt a strange energy rising in him, compelling his hips to move. You've never had sex. This girl has never, like, you know what this is? This is two people who've never had sex in their life writing having sex, and it's hilarious to me as a sex haver. I love that. I love how silly this is to me. Like, it literally is that. This is two people who never had sex writing sex. It's strange. Yeah, no, this is so 2004 version role-playing. Like, oh, I love that. I'm having a blast. This is great. He could feel the other shiver and twitch against him. He kept up his pacing, hearing Dominic's soft moan rise and fall against him. He rose for just a moment. God, you're amazing. Yeah, totally. It was the closest to a prayer that he'd ever said. Dominic nodded, his chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. Oh, please. Please stop. A novice in the world of the flesh, he wasn't exactly sure what he was begging for, but he didn't want it to stop. Come on, you masturbated before. Even priests masturbate, don't lie to me. It's just so silly. He shuddered at the sound of him. The sight of desperate yearning in his voice turned him on even more. Ethan's heart was pounding. He went back to work. I'm so proud. If I've ever felt bad about my smooth writing, I am taking everything back. I am the best at writing porn. Nobody can stop me. I am the master of the sex. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like I'll never feel bad about when I write porn anymore, because it's like, no, I am the master of the hot sex. All of the sex I write is hot. Jesus Christ, it's Dominic sucked his teeth into the cloth as he was hit with an intense upwelling of emotion, like all the joy and sadness of his whole life was hitting him at once. Maker of sex, creator of sex, basically. Look, all of the sex I write is good because it's not cringe. That's it. In one cathartic unless I'm making it cringe on purpose, in which case I'm still creator of sex because it's the point of the sex to be cringe. In one cathartic moment, he felt his whole body tense up, and then finally release. He fell backward and shuddered. He opened his mouth as though to voice his gratitude, but words would not come. Instead, he managed only a happy moan. Damn. He chuckled a little at Dominic's sounds. His heart was still thundering in his ears as he rose from between his legs, admiring his handiwork. You didn't do anything. You didn't do very much, sweetie. Dominic's face was flushed, his lips full and plump, his chest heaving. Damn. He was filled with sadness, warm, but mostly a desire to protect. Happy Moan be like, yippee! Yes, a happy Moan is just like the autism creature sound. He wanted him to be this happy, this vulnerable, this safe for a long time. I think that's enough fun for tonight, huh? He breathed. His voice was surprisingly shaky. Dominic agreed. With it himself, he flopped onto the bed, still in a state of scandalous undress. He watched as Ethan moved to sleep on the floor. He dropped his arms over his shoulders, dragging him back into the bed. Happy, happy, happy. What if one new mode is just like doing the happy, happy, happy song? And that's the moaning. Like each moan is just a different happy. He watches Ethan. Oh wait, no, I already read that. No, you can't sleep there. It's covered in dirty clothes, he said, kicking his rain pants onto the pile of blankets. Manipulative and adorable. Father Dominic Gonzalez was full of surprises. Alright, you win, he sighed, as if he had lost some hard-fought battle. Ethan shook his head as he climbed into the bed with the priest. Keep it professional, huh? A fat waste that was, but tonight he pretended he wasn't who he was. That he didn't have to do what he had to do. Good night, Dom, he whispered in his ear. Tomorrow would come, but that was later. This was now. Good night, he murmured back with a dreamy sigh. That was so amazing. Lemons and limes! Ah, yes. Roleplay a spicy scene between Dominic and Ethan. Lemons and limes. That was so amazing. Have you done it before? Done what? You know, had sex. I mean, I got close once, but no. Sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable. I love that this is just literally the experience of 2004 of like role-playing sex without ever having had sex. I love that. It's so fucking realistic. It's just like, yeah, we're all traumatized and fucked up and we never had sex. Have sex. Have sex. Nah, it's not that. Dropping bubbles for now. I got close, like I had someone I like and I wanted to, but I chickened out. Why? You're smart and kind and amazing at writing. That's attractive. I think you just find that attractive. Am I weird? No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I'm flattered, thank you. See, I don't even take compliments that well. I should draw a picture of you. You don't know what I look like. Then give me a photo, I'll draw you. Really? Yeah, I bet you're pretty. Sure, I'll send it to your email. Is that too forward? No, it's okay. God, you're gay! Sorry, I'm just pissed off. Like, you're gay. Girls, you're gay! It's like 2 a.m. here. Yeah, it's 12 here. Time to go to sleep. I'll be waiting for the photo. Good night. God, you're gay. Sweet dreams, Cherry. We'll talk more later. God! And if it's not on, so I guess that's done with that. And have a couple of posts to read and a couple of posts to send. This is the Legend of Isra Part 2. I heard you become the mountain's goddess of fortune. A thick, deep voice boomed in the palace of the clouds joining hall. The goddess Isra kept her head bent. To look directly at the king of gods was to wish death upon oneself. Sir, I can do more good to the people of the villages than I can make that I can make in new gods. A temple is being erected in my honor. You are not theirs, you are mine. Far away the caldera bubbled, and black smoke billowed in anger. When the goddess Isra returned to her temple, it had collapsed in blue flames. He had done this to teach her a lesson. Lucky for him, she was as tenacious as a mountain itself. Week by week, her followers grew. She bestowed upon them quartz weapons with which to hunt and guidance with which to build safe roads. Trade routes were established, and the villages began to grow and prosper. Through it all, her beloved was always by her side, whether she was leading caravans through winding mountain passes or cutting quartz to build new temples. It was said that to those who believed she would appear, the people, tired of a wrathful king they could not see, burned his altars and with their kindling made heirs. They wished for a kinder god, and it was she who they chose. And it was she who Letitia chose. One day, when the two of them were gathered round a fire with a merchant caravan breaking bread, the poet, she turned to her. "It's a tradition in my village," she said, "that if you love someone, you ask them to bond with you." To his, I can't read. God. To Isra's shock, her beloved kneeled in front of her, just as she had when they first met, and she prayed in front of her small, humble shrine. "I love you. Will you—" The mountain rumbled. There was confused shouting, which gave to joyful celebration, but the caravan saw crystals, brilliant yellow as the morning sun, burst forth from the earth in jubilation. She grabbed her beloved hands in hers. "Yes, yes!" For their bonding ceremony, the village made a beautiful trellis woven with quartz and mountain laurel. She, dressed in black and her beloved in white, stood beneath it and gazed into each other's eyes. When she was born, her parents had told the goddess Isra that her purpose was to give birth to new gods. But standing in front of Letitia, her eyes shining with happy tears, she realized her true purpose, to lead her beloved and her people into a new era of prosperity and kindness. Here, she would never be alone. She took the knife and her beloved hers. They pricked their fingers and brought them to each other's lips. They whispered their vows. Just as they were about to turn to the gathering crowd, a large boom shook the village. The crowd began to scream and disperse, but another eruption from Mount East covered the village in dense ash. Her mother. Oh no. It's always the mothers with them. She fought her way through the smoke and nearly tripped over the body of a young boy. The ash parted to reveal the king of gods, coal fire blazing from his eyes. Behind him, her father, the blacksmith, using his handcraft sword to cut down the fleeing villagers. Her eyes met the king's. "Stop this now. I warn you, you are not theirs, you are mine, and everything you have is mine to take." He grabbed her beloved's hand, flame rising from his fingers. Reflectively, she grabbed her beloved's waist to pull her away, but she was too slow. Her beloved began to groan, and then to scream, her body convulsed in blue flame. He dug his fingernails into her arm, leering at the goddess Isra with murder in his eyes. "She's mine now." "No! No, no, no!" Tears streaming from her eyes, she longed at the king's, her fingers sinking themselves deep into his sockets. He howled, she howled, and in a puff of flame, her beloved and the king was gone. Well, that's depressing. Oh, this is completely unrelated to this. Okay. Okay, let's try this. And let's read it. Saya was dying. He let out a rasping gasp, and his emerald eyes stopped moving. His body was still. Ethan was standing over him. He wanted to look away, but was so unnerved he found himself staring. He swallowed hard. Buddy, you okay? Minutes before, the two of them were talking in Isaiah's makeshift workshop. Okay, walk me through this one more time. I'm going to shut off my original core. My vitals will momentarily cease to function. Once you initialize the exchange program, my vitals will come online again. The program should take care of the rest. Well, if everything goes smoothly. So then what do you need me for exactly? I said if everything goes smoothly. I cannot guarantee it. If something went wrong, it would render Isaiah's corporeal body useless, and this is why Isaiah had asked for his help. He needed someone to perform the exchange, and someone he trusted to carry his memory disks back to Nova City and find a body should worse come to worse. Have everything backed up on this drive. If this fails, you can simply download me into a body with bigger junk like we agreed. I should have left you in the garbage. Joking aside, why ask me? He caravan you are thick as thieves. We need not bother him with things he is not interested in. Behind that dismissal was an uncomfortable realization that, for some reason, Isaiah didn't want him involved. Ethan took a deep breath. Alright. Now he was standing over Isaiah's lifeless body. Buddy, you okay? No response. Everything was going as planned, unnerving as it was to see his friend turned basically into a corpse. Alright, everything's gonna be just fine. His voice sounded less sure coming out than he meant for it to. Just fine. He put the crystalline core into a padded sleeve and typed the password to initialize the exchange. Theseus, of Greek lore and seafaring paradox fame. A fitting enough password for someone who was replacing parts of himself one by one. The paradox went something like, if all the parts in Theseus' ship had been replaced, is it still Theseus' ship? I mean, if Theseus is the owner, yes, that's kind of the thing. If you're the owner of the thing, technically it's yours. Therefore, you know. You remember Isaiah explaining it to him patiently as he counted out the evening's winnings from the mahjong parlor. No, my mortal enemy. So he'd ask, you think me really to be me? What the hell kind of question is that? Ethan had said. Of course you're you. Your logic, cause. Let's go get some beers. To have the philosophical intellect of a drunkard. I mean, to be fair, the paradox is kind of silly because, yeah, the materials of the ship are different, but, like, as long as the owner of the ship is Theseus, is the ship of Theseus. If Theseus gave that ship to someone else, no matter if the parts were replaced or not, then it would be the ship of someone else. Like, I guess I just don't find the dilemma, like, to make any sense, because, like, no, ownership is what makes something of someone else. Therefore, the ship is always Theseus' ship because Theseus is the owner. Like, that's it. You can change a lot of things about Theseus' ship, but Theseus is still the owner. Ergo, it's always Theseus' ship. Like, the argument would be more like, is it the same thing that it was at the beginning? And the answer is obviously no, because it has changed, but... like, the base of it being a ship that is owned by Theseus is always there. That doesn't change. Ergo, it's always Theseus' ship. The screen resolved to a dark green and a progress bar appeared. And so began the tensest 5 minutes Ethan had ever waded through. He stared intently at the terminal screen, willing with all his might for it to do something already. At last, the bar started to feel. Isaiah's vitals were coming up one by one. Heart, normal, brain functioning as expected, liver would live to drink another day. It beat presently with the sound of Isaiah's heartbeat as he drew in a breath. He let out a sigh. When did his face get so sweaty? Had it always been this sweaty? You scared the piss out of me. Ethan put a hand on Isaiah's arm. I mean, of course I'd go back to Nova City and get you a new body, but... He paused. He couldn't hear him anyway. To be honest, I really like you as you are, in this body, with this mind. You're my friend, you know? Don't got much of those. Isaiah's chest rose and fell. The progress bar wasn't nearing completion. Ethan gave his arm a squeeze. Hey, don't go getting yourself killed, you hear? A chime. Isaiah's eyes slowly opened and focused themselves on Ethan. He raised his hand and waved. The same goes to you, my friend. You could hear me? Yes, I didn't mention my oral processor will be offline, did I? You little shit! You bastard. Ethan let out a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Alright, how are you feeling? Like a gut punch in the chest. Slowly, Isaiah rose, though his face bore no indication of the pain. His body strained with the effort. But this means everything is going as planned. Thank you. Remember, you promised me no annihilation. Nobody will be annihilated today. A comforting thought. And we posted everything and new post for us. Oh, do we want to actually be honest about the gay thing? Such great heights. Hey, I was thinking about our last roleplay and do I get to write all of them? Look, the sexual tension has been way too much. Come on. I think I might like really just to take it out. Oh, no one here has any balls. Oh, I'm so angry. Teenagers, I hate them. I mean, I say that, but I'm so awkward when I have to confess to someone, so who am I to talk? I'd love to meet you someday. We could hang out in your room and just draw and talk for hours. Maybe I'll hold your hand. It is sound that reminds me of you. I had to speculate that God himself did make us into corresponding shape like puzzle pieces from the clay. And trade may seem like a stretch, but it's thought slightly said catch my troubled head when you're away, when I am missing you to death. I'll send it to you later. Oh. God, girl. Like, come on, girl, please. Jesus Christ. We don't have a lot of time. Like, we have 10 minutes, but let's end the month and push come to shove, we just leave most of this, like, we'll repeat the stuff that we didn't do. Like, it's fine. Then, and move to July. Oh. What? Who to spotted abusive friend? Is everything okay? Bad down. Oh yeah. 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 We're getting there. Okay. Interesting. This is in Japanese, so. Huh. Let's see. Let's read cherry stuff first. This is from the last time. Let's see. Sometimes I wish I could be a boy. Girl, I have good news for you. I have excellent news for you. You can if you want. It would make this so much easier. I'd probably hang out with my dad and his buddies on ways my mom would stop taking me to the hair salon to find a man. Maybe I'd man up and say something. My chest hurts. Oh. Okay. These are cherries. This is Zandaria. Let's see, did I read the... Yeah, this is the last one for her. You want to hear something really spooky? I know Nevada-tan. Or at least I know the city she was in. They don't call her Nevada-tan here, they call her... Okay, I don't know how to read that. There's a Cebu high school girl. She was an 11-year-old girl and she brutally murdered her 12-year-old classmate. They call her Girl A. She said that it was because her friend called her fat, calling her a goody two shoes. Her friend and my mom have that in common. Maybe I don't want to kill her, but maybe I thought about it when I showed her my recent photo shoot, and the first thing she pointed out was that how the angle made my arms look big. And I seriously thought, people have murdered each other for less. Does that make me weird? I mean, mom was just trying to be helpful, I think. Yeah, it's weird. I'm weird. I didn't say anything. Next shoot I just won't wear short sleeves. But who knows, maybe one day, one comment will be the last straw and I'll snap. Haha, just kidding. Girl, we need to take you to a therapist. I know you're in Japan, so it's bad, but Let's see. 28 drama was the last one, so it has to be this one. Is everything okay? Hey, so I'm a little confused. I saw your post about being trapped in the net cafe, but I was under the impression that you thought the shopping we were doing that day was boring, so you split to do something else. I mean, that's okay. I wish maybe you could have told me before you left, even just a smile by, I'm gonna do something else, because I searched all around the store before Zendaya told me you told her you were heading out. It kind of sort of came off like you were opposed to the whole shopping thing beforehand, but you didn't say anything until we were in the middle of it. I don't know, you can trust me if you don't like something to say so ahead of time. I don't know. I'm sorry for not noticing my phone earlier. I was freaking out when I saw how many times you had called. I thought maybe you had gotten into an accident or were in danger. It turned out you weren't in danger, so I guess I also wonder about that too. Is everything okay, T? What happened to us? What's this but an abusive friend? This is interesting that I don't have the option to go into that. Huh. Normally I don't write super serious stuff on my blog, but today I wanted to write a little bit about abusive friends. They're bad. When I was in high school in the States, I used to have an abusive friend. She got really, really attached to me. When I made other friends, she would sabotage them because she couldn't stand sharing me. At first, I didn't think anything of it because the way that she would say things would be stuff like, I'm just trying to be honest, or it's just like you're my only friend. And I believe her. I wanted her to be less alone and less sad and less everything. But I realized at some point after I gone to Japan and I was separated from her, that her sadness was a need that could never be filled. No matter what I did or how I tried to appease her, she just kept asking, asking, and asking until there was nothing left. I mention this now because I think a friend of mine is going through that right now. She's really worried about this friend of hers, but her friend could care less about what she thinks or feels or even wants. They just want to hold on to her as tightly as they can. I'm just putting this out there for her and for anyone else who follows along. That kind of stuff is not okay. Sending love and peace. You're shit talking behind my back. Like, I'm pretty sure he's Stormling. Effie? Let's see. Hey Effie, I know this sounds crazy, but I think we lost each other when I was in the fitting room. Anyway, I'm making this post to let you know that I'm at a place with a bunch of comics and computers. The staff have been really nice to me. People in Japan are so polite. If this was back home, I'd be lying dead in a ditch somewhere. Anyway, I tried calling you, and it just kept ringing. I hope you see this post. I hope you message me back. Wait a second. Daria, what the fuck? I don't trust Leia. Oh, because we're in the net cafe. We're back, I'm in Japan. That's why it's in Japanese. It's just we're in the net cafe. And then I really need your help, your help. So please chat me as soon as you can. Yeah, we're trapped in the net cafe. That's why. Well, I'm gonna have a conversation with Zandaria later. Hey, you're online. Thank God. I really need someone to talk to that isn't, speaking in Japanese. Yeah, I'm up. Couldn't sleep. I'm freaking out right now. Well, yeah, you're in freaking Japan. No, I mean in a bad way. Like, really bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. What's going on? I'm Alanora here. I don't know where I am or what to do. I can't get in touch with Effie or Sandaria. Neither of them are online. What if something happened to them? Hey, T, do me a favor. I know it sounds cliche, but take a deep breath. Okay. Like a really deep breath. Like in for 8 seconds, hold for 8 seconds, out for 8 seconds. Oh, the 8 rule. Yeah. Breathe in, hold it, breathe out. Yeah, that's an actual thing that you can do to calm down if you're panicking. And breathe out. Okay, where are you right now? Like, what's around you? I'm at a net cafe. Okay, what's it like? Content reminds me of the computer lab they have at my school, I guess, except you can order drinks too, and they have a bunch of manga on the shelves. So there's like a bunch of desks with computers. Hey, how many computers do they have? I don't know. What does that matter? The computers aren't that important. I'm asking you to calm them. Trust me, it'll help. Okay. And remember to breathe. Okay. There's 12 computers. One more question. What can you hear? Clicking and typing mostly. Oh, and some guy next to me has the volume turned up way too loud on his headphones. Cool. Thanks for humoring me. Feeling any better? A little. Thanks for talking with me. No problem. My mom gets panic attacks a lot. I'm kinda used to it. Oh. Remember, next time you're panicking, find something to focus on in the present. So what's going on anyway? You said you're alone? Yeah, I am now. We're all together this morning. Went to Harajuku to go shopping. It's a fashion district, so basically Sandaria's playground. And there's a lot of shops with Lolita fashion too. Effie and her were really geeking out over it. I was standing for a while, but they really made me feel like a third wheel, you know? Yeah, I bet. I don't really take you for the Lolita type. Nah, not my style. Plus, even if I wanted to wear stuff like that, I'd have to lose like 20 pounds first. Those dresses are tiny. What did you do? Well, I wanted to be part of the shopping trip too, so I asked them if we could spend a little time checking out things that were more my style, you know? I found this store with some really cool outfits. Punk fashion, or they specialize in cosplay costumes? I mean, I'm gonna assume that punk fashion is more our thing. They call it Visual K here, I guess. No, Visual K is a different. Well, I guess there are some punk influences in Visual K, but it's different. I would argue it's different. Like Visual K has a very how do I put this? It has a very like 80s rock feel to it that is not super punk. Like it's the same era, but like there's a combination of stuff in Visual K that I feel what do they call her? Hairspray rock? Like the that kind of period. No, it's not Hairspray. I can't remember the name. Whatever. Like Visual K is a little different, I would argue. Like there's elements of other stuff that is not like just punk in and of itself. Oh my god, I love Visual K. It's so hot. Yeah, I'm glad you think so at least. And Daria was upset about it. She was so, do you really think we should be here? Visual K is, you know, for boys. What? Yeah, like who cares if it's for boys? I got a sweet new jacket and some cool knee-high boots. That's hot. You'll model it for me sometime, won't you? That's a promise. Gay! If I ever find my way back home, that is. We were all at the store together when I went to the fitting room to try my stuff on, and when I got back, they were just gone. What the fuck? Since then, I've just been wandering around looking for them, but they're like nowhere. And that's pretty much it. Still no sign of them. My stuff doesn't work out here. I don't have a map or anything. I don't speak Japanese. I don't think I can break out on my own. Just gotta hope they'll see me online. God, and it's not even like, you know, the era of the smartphones, like the big smartphone stuff. Like, you know, not Discord. Communication is kind of difficult. Look on the bright side, you got some cool new clothes, and you got internet, and you got me to talk to. Thanks, Sherry, I really mean it. Praise the Lord for the internet. So it looks like Effie and Sandaria are online. Do you wanna maybe try posting something on LG? I already did. Hope it helps. Nothing to do now but wait, huh? I know how we can pass the time. You sure? It's late where you are. Yeah, and it's late for me in the stream. I don't mind staying up for you. I can start if you want. Okay. Yeah, and we're gonna leave it at that, if anything. I can't believe you abandoned me in fucking Japan. Both of you are in so much cheer for this. We're gonna leave this for next time. Once she stops writing. We're gonna save. Yeah, this is the save. July 2004. It's so weird to see everything in Japanese, knowing that it's just, oh yeah, we're in a net cafe. Of course, everything is in Japanese. I can't believe they left me, like, trying clothes in Japan. Thanks. Oh, that's such a dick move. Anyway, that's gonna be everything for Terranova today, and we'll continue this on Friday and Saturday. So I don't know how much we have of like I wasn't expecting this to be that long, but probably a couple more months, I would argue. Like I think a whole year maybe. We'll see. I can't believe those motherfuckers left me alone in Japan. Dicks. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, honestly, I don't know. I'll see what I want to play. I've been grinding credits in whatchamacallit in Chrono Arc to try to get the Lucy cat costume before we get the bathing suit DLC when the game comes out, and I still am only around 1/3 there, so I'm suffering. But I'll probably want to do that. That's me time. That's me time. But anyway, I'll figure it out. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good start to your week, a good day, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow for, well, I'll see. Maybe I'll try some new game. I don't know. I'll think of it. Bye, everyone.